Venetia, Ms. Clark, is to work with the drafts, with Sandy and Julia and the draftsperson to see if there's anything to be done with these sections. You understand? Yes, Sandy?
Yes, Minister. What I'd want the committee to perhaps look at on the same conversation is the fact that the Act says that when you're talking about referring the child to child diversion, the child is referred to the child diversion committee. That's what the Act says generally, but what Ms. Clark is trying to explain that technically it comes to the office, who then reviews the matters and then makes a presentation to the committee. So technically, it's not referred to the committee in the first instance, it's actually referred to. So if we're, right, so that is what we need to decide as well, the committee needs to look at in the Act. Taking into consideration the points that Ms. Clark would have made in terms of how it works operationally, which is not exactly how it is stipulated in the Act.
Sir,
I was just saying, through you, Mr. Chair, is that as Venetia pointed out,
Venetia Clark
pointed out earlier. Sorry, Venetia, I was trying to find the Clark. My apologies. As she pointed out earlier, the committee itself doesn't have a physical location. It's comprised of
really
individuals.
the justice centers.
So you would find that obviously, naturally, you would find that the report would naturally be made to the office, correct? And the question I would ask is, has that process been working in terms of it being that someone comes to the office or the matter is referred to the office and then it is filtered down to the committee? If that is working, then I don't think we need to fix.
It's actually working.
We don't need to, you know.
Sorry, all right.
Right, the only thing we need to fix is how it is worded in the legislation. If we want the legislation to say the referrals come to the office,
and then,
as opposed to the
and
referrals
point,
coming to the
I'll
committee.
take your point.
So what we agree on, it should say refer to the child diversion office. You see, because the committee is a loose set of persons. Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to clarify for all the members. So we have 14 parish offices. So the one in Trelawney is at the Rock, close to the family court and the victim services
Close to the
office.
family court at the Rock?
Yes. But we do have offices across the island.
Yes.
So while the head office is at the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the offices are across the island. So they can,
Every
matters
parish
can be
has
referred.
a justice center where there's a child diversion officer and a restorative justice officer. Victim services are some, but there are some parishes where the victim service is separate from the... We want all the social justice services to be at justice centers when we finally roll out. Okay, now the next section you see, Section 8, which deals with the National Committee. To the best of my knowledge, we don't really have a functioning National Committee. Right?
Not at the moment, Mr.
So the question arises, colleagues, we're going to ask Ms. Sandy Coljar to read Section 8, and the question is whether or not we really need this national committee. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, so Section 8 reads, so it's the National Child Diversion Oversight Committee, that is what it is called. So the minister shall establish...
Me?
Yes, Minister.
Not shall.
Shall, yes, you're mandated, Minister, to establish this committee.
Sorry?
Yes, Minister, you shall. The Minister shall.
No, man, it says me.
The Minister shall.
In the Act itself, but
yes,
in your...
it says. So that would have been an error. My apologies. If it says may in the document that you have before you, that would be an error. So it actually is, it's may. Shall, sorry, it shall. Right, so we're clear. So the minister shall establish a national committee for the purposes of this act to be called the National Child Diversion Oversight Committee, which shall be under the general direction of the minister to A, monitor and report to the minister on the implementation of child diversion in Jamaica, B, review compliance with the provisions of this act, and C, advise and make recommendations to the minister on child diversion and the treatment generally of children in conflict with the law. Under 8.2, the National Child Diversion Oversight Committee shall consist of such numbers of persons not being less than 7 nor more than 9 as follows. The permanent secretary in the ministry with responsibility for justice, who shall be the ex officio member and the chairperson of the National Child Diversion Oversight Committee, or a public officer in the ministry with responsibility for justice nominated by the permanent secretary with responsibility for justice. B, the children's advocate. C, the head of the government agency with responsibility for children. D, if required by the permanent secretary with responsibility for justice, such members of a child diversion committee nominated by that child diversion committee. And E, such other persons suitably qualified in accordance with paragraph 1 of the second schedule, appointed in writing by the minister for such period not exceeding 3 years as the minister may specify. Under 8.3, in the absence of the permanent secretary with responsibility for justice, the nominee of the permanent secretary referred to in subsections 2A shall act as the chairperson of the National Child Diversion Oversight Committee. Subsection 4, the members of the National Child Diversion Oversight Committee appointed under subsection 2E shall be eligible for reappointment. Subsection 5, the minister may at any time revoke the appointment of any member of the National Child Diversion Oversight Committee appointed pursuant to subsection 2E if the minister thinks it's expedient to do so. Subsection 6, a member of the National Child Diversion Oversight Committee appointed by the minister under subsection 2E may at any time resign his office by instrument in writing addressed to the minister and transmitted through the chairperson, and from the date of receipt by the minister of the instrument, the member shall cease to be a member of the committee. Subsection 7, so 8.7, the National Child Diversion
Flying to Asia? Already there? Don't know how to get around or how to do it on a budget? When2go.asia will
vote, and B, subject to the provisions of this act, may regulate its own proceedings.
Good. No, the truth of the matter is that the minister, unfortunately, did not set up this national because I think the office was more concerned to get the matters rolling in the parish with the committees. But we must decide here whether we really need this National Oversight Committee of the Child Diversion, because it is working fairly well in the parishes with the parish committees.
Yeah, but if it, through you, Mr. Chair, if it pleases you, but I think this Oversight Committee could assume significant, even more importance now, in the sense that we are now contemplating reviews. We're reviewing the act, and it would be good to see after the review and the implementation and the amendments and a new act. It would be good to have that oversight body in place to see how things are working.
I think we should change it to me, from Shall to me. so I don't know why I thought it was always me. No, all right, so. That's something we will discuss further, okay? All right, sure, go ahead.
Sure. Instead of setting up a national oversight, the minister could delegate.
Well, the point about it is that the committees in the parishes are the real operational committees.
Yes.
The oversight committee is to look at how
it's working.
It's working.
And it's working. Yes, and
you see,
it's
but
working.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good day, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well wherever you are watching from in the world. I'll be, doing the live for Parliament from this live stream, beginning with this particular committee. Whenever them finish, I will go to, some other things in between before, if it's a case where Parliament begins, long after they are finished with their committee. But I wanted to say something. Look at who is in the committee. Marissa Dalrymple, charged by the Integrity Commission. This is a child diversion committee for children. Look who else is in the committee. Donovan Williams. That has allegations of criminality leveled. As she alone, all right. Where you see on the screen. And Delroy Chuck where refuse. I mean, him being the justice minister is mighty God. Jamaica in a trouble, Jamaica in a trouble, ladies and gentlemen. I will say no more. I'll let it run, but please like the video, share the video, let everybody know that Bolo is live, and we will have the Parliament on this particular live stream going on today. We have Zulika Jess and also Mr. Peter Bunting that will be doing their sectorial debates. So this live stream is going to be a long one. So I want to share it for me and get the room full up so we can get 1,000 people in the building. Please help me out my side. Let's go.
In terms of the reports, if you look under the functions of the Child Diversion Committee, there's a section that says, if you look at section 71J, there's also a reporting function to the minister.
That's right.
Via the committee. So you can look at it in that context to see if you really need
a national
committee,
exactly.
if the reports would have been furnished to the minister via that committee. So
Colin, big up yourself, big up yourself, Colin.
That to see.
I think you're right. Yes, I mean, because once the parish committee...
Calligrapher, big up. When say her spirit of confusion, this man fix. Hey.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I know we'll get there toward the end of the going through the document, but we have a minor challenge with the committees. So we have members from the Jamaica Constabulary Force, from Child Protection and Family Services Agency, Department of Correctional Services, the Ministry of Education, and so on. The challenge that we find happening is, say for example, we have someone appointed to the committee as a guidance counselor, but for whatever reason they are no longer in that role. The time that it takes for these entities to return a new nominee, sometimes it is very long, and if we don't have a quorum for the meetings, let's say a police is reassigned to another parish, it affects our ability to respond to the matters quicker.
How many members you generally have? I think we have about 5 members in the parish committee.
So 5 members would be the quorum, but you have a maximum of 11 for each committee.
So what's the normal numbers we have in each of the parishes now, the average?
Repeat the question, Chair.
The average numbers we have in each of the parish.
Committee members? I want to say about 10 on average, because some committees will have their full complement, while some are about 8. Because again, the response time for some of these entities, it takes a while. And if there's a way for us to say, okay, they can nominate another member without having to go through the lengthy wait time, while we will do our vetting and so on, we don't want it to be so long that some parishes we've not had officers. Let's say, for example, a police officer, because the one nominated is in 2 parishes away and they're not able to do it. And sometimes we need that additional person to make the quorum.
All right. Well, remember now you're going to give us some indication of what changes you'd want to the legislation to ensure that the parish committees work better. Okay? We might reduce the quorum to 3. Something like that, or you increase the numbers to 15, as the case may be. No. I want to welcome, by the way, I didn't welcome to the meeting members Williams and Buchanan, but everybody saw you coming. But I have to welcome Minister Dana Dixon, because for the past hour we have been discussing matters which really were in your portfolio.
Chair, that my colleagues were defending my little jurisdiction.
No, there's no doubt about
thank
that.
You.
Right. So one of the things, Minister Dixon, we might do is at the next sitting ask that you, the representative from the Child Care and Protection Act, be here with you. I think we're having a little challenge. Speaking for myself, and I think I speak for a number of committee members, we would want the Child Diversion Act to be a bit more preventative rather than to wait until the child has come into conflict with the law. So we're looking at that gray area where they are deviant and the Child Care and Protection Act, which comes under you, take care of them. But there comes a point when it is obvious that they're going to end up in the court or in some criminal behavior. Is that any possibility, and we're looking at the definition of child delinquency, that we can capture those persons before they actually commit, being in conflict with the law. So there's that sort of firewall, not firewall, but a gray area between the Child Protection Act and the Child Diversion Act, where we can see how we could either work together or in that gray area, it could go either way, as the case may be.
Thank you, Chair. I really believe that child diversion and the act as it was established was really about children who came into conflict with the law. I think changing that is a fundamental change to the underlying principles of the legislation. I'm not sure that was what our intent was. And as I've said previously, the Child Care and Protection Act, there are changes to it that are to come forward. And we're going to be doing a joint select committee on that, as well as on the Adoption Act and so on. So I'm not necessarily there yet with you, Chair.
Sure.
Because I think the Child Diversion Act is about child diversion, children in conflict with the law. That was the premise upon which it was promulgated. And so I think in terms of a review, we should be sticking to that. Now, do the two work together? They have to work very well together because there are going to be instances where there are gray areas. And so I think administratively, I think the teams already do work quite well together. And so administratively, I think that's where we have to just make sure that no child falls between the cracks.
No, if I might say this though, Minister Dixon, the truth of the matter is that there are a number of behavior which really should be yours. And I say child care, when I say yours, your ministry, Child Care and Protection Act. But because of the behavior of the children, they have not yet committed any offense, These so-called out of control, you know that term, out of control. And the families and the police take them to court for the court to refer them to child diversion. You see, no, and as Ms. Clark will tell you, they have to meet them in the correctional centers, isn't that right? That's where they start to treat them when they're in the correctional centers. So the issue really is, as Member Hamilton referred, if a parent has brought up a child who is really delinquent, they don't want the police to arrest them or to take them to court. But is there that opportunity? Because of the behavior, they're doing things which borders on illegality, for the parent or a guidance counselor or someone to just refer them to the child diversion office without waiting until the police say take them to court. Because what we're trying to do is to keep these children away from court. Now, to be frank, the truth of the matter is that the child diversion officer may well say, let's work with the Child Care and Protection and you take over because this is in your portfolio, or you're overburdened, we will take them. Because what has happened with child diversion is that we have had to be doubling up on our officers, and we don't mind tripling up if necessary, because in doing so, we find that we're being successful in really taking care of a number of children. And the reason why, not that I want work for the ministry, but the reason why I don't mind the work for the ministry, the truth of the matter is, it is working. What I mean by this is that we're getting a 80-odd percent, 90%, success rate. Isn't that so, Mr. Lever, from compliance rate? So once the child diversion officer have them in control and they get the mentorship and whatever the process is, we're finding that the compliance is not bad.
Yeah,
it's good.
And I think it's just a matter of principle.
Sure.
For me, I want every child to get the support that they need.
Right.
And for me, I'm agnostic in terms of where they get it. But there's a principle of, do they get it in a justice-related fashion, or are they getting in more of a social work manner, right? So I don't have an opposition to in this piece of legislation putting in that the child diversion unit can develop additional programs that are aimed at preventing children from coming before the law. That's fine. And I think that anyone would want to be able to do programs like that in collaboration with CPFSA. So I have no problems with that kind of languaging going in.
And this is where I say that before we finish.
Yeah, and I'll talk with CPFSA on that.
We need to find a way
Yeah.
how we can work in that gray area together.
Right, and I think it's important that we work in that gray area because there are a lot of children that need support. And so the question I have is how you legislate it in an act that's supposed to be about children that have fallen into conflict with the law, because there are actually other pieces of legislation too. So if we look at what's happening in the Ministry of National Security and Peace, the Ministry of National Security and Peace has some new initiatives where they're coming into the schools and they're identifying the children, like what you're saying, who may be on their way to being in conflict with the law. And they're instituting programs with social workers and with the ministry's guidance counselors and so on. Now, that's not legislated anywhere.
Sure.
So we don't need it legislated. We need to develop the programs that are supporting our children. And like what you're doing now with conflict resolution, the Ministry of Justice is doing fantastic work in the schools, assisting us in terms of teaching conflict resolution to our children.
Right.
That's not legislated.
I see the point.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Minister Dick. All right, we're going to Section 9. Let's see if we can finish Section 9 before we're thrown out of ballot here.
Okay, we're on, as Minister said, we're on to Section 9 of the Act. And in the overview document that you have, that would be on page 33. So Section 9.1 of the Act reads, unless the public interest otherwise requires, a child who is suspected to have committed, is charged with the commission of, or who has been convicted of a diversion offense, may be referred in accordance with the provisions of this Act to the appropriate child diversion committee for participation in a child diversion program by A, the court, or B, in the case of a diversion offense specified in the first schedule, a constable having reason to suspect that a child has committed the diversion offense. Subsection 9.2, a child referred to in subsection 1 may be considered for referral to a child diversion committee for participation in a child diversion program, A, if the child accepts responsibility for the diversion offense without having been unduly influenced by another person to accept responsibility, B, if there is a prima facie case against the child, C, with the consent of the victim of the offense if identified and located, and D, with the consent of the child, which shall be given in the presence of 1, the parent or guardian of that child, 2, an adult other than a constable who is present with the consent of the parent or guardian of the child, or if the child has attained the age of 14 years, the consent of the child, or an attorney at law acting for or on behalf of the child. Subsection 3, where a child is charged with a diversion offense, the prosecutor may, if satisfied of the matters mentioned in subsection 2, recommend to the court that the child be referred to a child diversion program. That's section 9.
Yo, Ryan, what's up, Ryan? Salute, bro.
Everyone. It's a section that has given a great deal of concern. As you recall, I did mention that the courts took the view that accept responsibility meant that they should plead guilty, which is the last thing I said is desirable. In fact, when you look at section 32, it gives the clear indication that the child should really not be charged, or should be charged but should not be convicted. And pleading guilty is a conviction, but having had many discussions with the judiciary, their interpretation was from they accept responsibility, they plead guilty, and then they go on child diversion, which is, to my mind, was not the intention of the legislation. So we have to make the intention of the legislation much clearer. In other words, accepting responsibility means that they are in a position to move to the child diversion program rather and away from the court. As you will recall, the position of the DPP would be that they should be able to refer. So in that particular subsection 1, the referral really should not only be from the court or from the constable, but it should be also from the DPP or the clerk of court. You recall that we had said we would agree. So Samantha, just bear this in mind. In terms of the referral to a child diversion, to be frank with you, once the child has committed or suspected to have committed an offense, then we don't, which is where we were, Minister Dixon. Once a child is suspected to have committed an offense, where the constable literally charge the child. So they go to court, or the constable frequently, before charging, can actually refer the child to the child diversion office. We want to make it clear we don't want the child to go to court. Only in the most exceptional case. So once we know the child diversion offenses, then we want to be able to, for that child, to get the mentorship, to get the assistance without the trauma of being pulled up to court. Because once they get to court, it's more traumatic than anything else. So I see it in the OPC, we need to find a way. We will keep the court there, because there are some offenses, which you will later see, which are not necessarily child diversion offense, but the court has a discretion. You understand? The court then has a discretion to say, because they were found with a bullet or a toy gun, as the case may be, that although this is not in child diversion, it's clear that this child has been playing with toy guns or, playing cops and robbers, which they need to stop. And in those circumstances, you really need the mentorship for a while so that, that child can be diverted away from that sort of behavior.
Is it just me, or Delroy Chuck just weird?
To the best of my understanding,
funny.
and this is where
Really,
we must agree
weird,
as a committee.
brother, weird.
We want to keep the child away from the court. So, and that is why the DPP was very firm to say that leave it to the clerk of court and the DPP to say that they refer the matter directly to child diversion without taking the child to court. So, yes, Member Buchanan.
Thank you, Chairman. This is the very section that I think we had lengthy discussions about originally when the act was
Promulgated, yes.
Promulgated. But there was an issue that it had a period where children were already convicted, And so I'm seeing language where it says, or who has been convicted. And if we're at that stage now where that verbiage would be removed, and then the second question would be at part A where it says the court, if that's where we're putting or the DPP. Well, I just wondering because I remember when she gave her
we have to,
or a C. If it's
we have to make a decision.
Okay, but I'm just highlighting it there because there are two things that you said why I raised that question now, because the DPP, when she gave her submissions, said she didn't mind if it was referred to her and they gave, they would do the referral. And so I'm seeing where B speaks about first schedule offenses, and if we're going to have the conversation as to what offenses you're giving the DPP the power to make referrals to as she reviewed the files.
No, well, we are going to add the DPP. Or the Crown. The
Crown, that is so.
Or the prosecutor.
Prosecutor.
In that section, this is why the OPC will put that in.
Thank you.
The other question is, it's useful to see, so that the child knows that they have to comply. It's useful that they have a person or in position of authority to say, if you don't comply, then you're going to go further. You might get into the court. So at one time, I thought we could say a parent or a guidance counselor, but it may well be that we have to find a way to route it through the police officer, because the child could be brought to the police station by the parent, and the police officer who listens to the complaint of the parent, or say in the school, as that youngster was pointing out, if you have a disciplinary committee in the school and they have a constable there, the constable can then listen to the complaint of the behavior of the child and then say, I'm going to refer you to child diversion, and point out this is the behavior that needs correcting. And so the child diversion office would then know what is to be done in terms of mentorship and guidance to get them out of that particular type of behavior. But you need an authority to say to the child, if you don't comply and participate in the program of the child diversion, then you could well be charged.
Chairman,
Yes,
I agree with you a zillion %. I'm just going to make the plea now that there's some language still about consent that I don't know how we're going to treat with it here, but I would only submit that based on what you said and what the object and purpose that we're trying to achieve, that the diversion has to be mandatory. This is one time I will say that it would be demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society for it to work, that whether it be the court or the DPP, or even the officer in his wisdom. It's a wisdom judgment. If an officer decides that this is a child that needs diversion, can be saved, it has to be a mandatory call. And I'm saying this in the context that, if you would permit me, courts give adults bail and say report Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. And somehow, that communication between lawyer, prosecutor, and judge is as if the person doesn't hear, doesn't understand. I cannot, in my mind, figure how, if that adult is a parent, would be able to make a decision that a child is to participate in a program. And so I'm respectfully saying the aspect of child diversion has to be mandatory so that the psychologists and the persons who are making the assessment can give the child the opportunity to be outside of an environment where they can reset, relearn that this is actually a benefit.
Yeah, but to be fair, as you know, Member Buchanan,
yes,
there's no one conduct. There's a multiplicity of conduct that has to be dealt with. You take the situation where a child, say, wound or assault another child. the other child may well want the matter to go to court, as you appreciate. But what we do in the Ministry of Justice is try to get restorative justice to deal with both sides, to urge the victim, that you can come together. So to the extent when the children who are referred to a child diversion, oftentimes it's because they have hurt someone else. So we use restorative justice to bring them together. So what I'm really saying to you is that there's no one particular process that fit. In other words, that is where the strength of the child diversion officers who are trained in social work, that look at a variety of programs that, to assist. Having listened to a number of testimonials from persons who have gone on the child diversion, I'm just amazed. I think I've told you this case of this youngster at William Nib, right? Who was just misbehaving. And what the child diversion officer did, it doesn't matter. I mean, he's no outstanding youngster. What the child diversion officer directed him to go train to become an athlete. So every evening he was out there training. And I met him because he needed funds to go to the Penn Relays.
So he excelled. But Chairman,
I mean, that's just amazing.
But Chairman, that's exactly. I'm not cutting you, but that's exactly the point I'm making. That I hear what you're saying, but the child diversion aspect of it is where the program comes in and the intervention. I think how we communicate in terms of, because there will be victims who are hurt, and this is public education. Sometimes persons just want to be recognized and they want to hear sorry. And they're not aware that that can be done in restorative justice. Right. And I don't see any conflict between restorative justice
and
mandatory.
It's complementary.
No, I know. I'm saying and mandatory the child diversion process, because a victim will say, but that's not fair. But the child still needs the diversion program to curtail conduct that doesn't become modus operandi or doesn't start to form a part of the character.
Thinking about it though, Member Buchanan, to be fair, you say mandatory, but unless the child is willing and consent to the child diversion program, you may not get the best result.
You understand? Because you can't.
I hear you. Chairman.
Hear me, sir. I know say you're a big driver, but no matter how skilled you be, the faster you drive and the less time you have to react to something unexpected. So observe the speed limit.
If you love one, get radam, drive good on TransJam. A message from TransJam Highways.
I think for the purpose of the introduction of the diversion, they simply needs to be, it has to be a judgment call from the officer, the DPP, and certainly the court.
No, I'm not going to deny that.
Okay, but I just can't think of a situation where a child says, oh, I don't want to do that. Sentence.
The main thing I'm saying...
Give me a sentence.
But Member Buchanan, the main thing we are saying is,
yes,
you don't want to send a child to child diversion knowing that it won't succeed. What I mean by this, the child may well just force to go child diversion and just give the child diversion officer nothing but trouble. In other words, and the child diversion officer will just keep going back to the...
And the Senator Shireen Golding, member.
Yes, Golden
The whole minister, them a criminal.
Went through length.
And poor people still out here suffer.
It doesn't matter the cost. But
what kind of corrupt, what kind of country this? How we become so corrupt and
it was in this, if my memory serves me correct, it was in this forum, as in on this topic. So the child that is giving trouble, I mentioned in the Fair Prospect High School,
ammunition sales and license
is in the room, where there are students says, well, they send me to the school, they say I don't have a future, them say me don't, them say no, me no good, so me just do that. And once they're taken out of a particular environment and they're engaged, I can imagine being given a mentor that says you're worth something, and they say, for real? And they say, yeah, what you like? And they say, well, I like to build a computer. And I say, let's give it a go. And the life change. And you'll be getting, all members will be getting letters. Please provide ticket money and this because of the robotics program. And then we say, Lord, we need a CDF increase because the children no longer have a certain habit, but have ambition.
Yo, big up the General Isaac, about
spirit of the legislation is about, and why I'm saying it needs to be mandatory initially, and there needs to be some kind of
server failed. Mr. Robinson stated he was instructed by either the Director of Information Technology or the CEO, Shane Darling, but could not recall which one of the two gentlemen. Without that evidence, it is not possible to identify the person who directed the wrongdoing, which severely limits any prospect of prosecution. Even though there is no evidence, don't mean say it never happened. Now we see the reason why, brat. The court have to fling back this report upon Juliet. This is what Juliet Holness was hiding from the people of this country, you know. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Key persons and their legal exposure. Mr. Shane Darling, the CEO of the FLA. As CEO, Mr. Darling is the most senior officer implicated in the overall conduct of the FLA. The allegation that he vowed to shut down Mr. Kent Brown's business after criticism in a newspaper suggests possible abuse of regulatory power and personal vendetta. Mr. Robinson stated the instruction to make the disputed entry came either from the director or from the CEO. This makes Mr. Shane Darling potentially implicated in the computer manipulation. Yeah. Mr. Darling denied that the FLA had forced Mr. Brown out of business in his letter. The Director of Investigation shared the report finding with Mr. Darling at a meeting. Mr. Darling's written response did not cause the investigation to alter any conclusion. Backside. Potentially significant if the server destruction and loss of email is shown to be deliberate or reckless rather than accidental. Jamaica them something here is severe. Mr. Chevron Robinson, who is the former database administrator. Mr. Robinson is the person confirmed to have made the 4 false entry into the system. He admit making the entry but claimed to have been following instructions. So somebody tell him what to do. He cannot specify which senior officer, whether Mr. Darling or the IT manager. His conduct constitutes a breach of the Section 5 of the Cybercrimes Act. Me gift suspended. Mighty God, them a fight hard for me on the platform, them darling. Anyway, the next person implicated. So Shane Darling implicated, Chevron Robinson implicated, the next person is Miss Letine Allen, named in the original anonymous complaint as conducting audit alongside Mr. Callum and allegedly targeting Mr. Brown. She confirmed the rules around bird hunting ammunition purchasing during the investigation, but the DI did not make an adverse finding against her personally. Limited on current evidence, but remain a person of interest if further investigation is conducted. Mr. Ellsworth Callum, former senior compliance officer, he was accused of demanding $2 million bribe from Mr. Brown. Confirmed to have worked at the FLA. The DI was unable to find evidence in support of or against the bribery allegation because the man eventually passed away. Hello? It is unresolved. If the allegations were proven, he would face prosecution under the Corruption Prevention Act. And finally, Mr. Kent Brown, who is the complainant, the central complainant and the person most adversely affected. Both of his businesses were closed down as a direct result of the FLA withholding his license and certificate. His application to the Supreme Court was unsuccessful. The DI found in his favor on the system manipulation issues. His license were ultimately revoked on grounds that the DI found to be lawful. As a complainant, Mr. Brown has no criminal exposure identified in this report. He may, however, have civil remedies, particularly in respect to the system manipulation and the consequential damage to his business. So that means what the report is saying is that the man have civil remedies. That means he can carry them to court. Mr. Brown has never been charged for any wrongdoing before. So that means that the claims of personal vendetta from the CEO could be true. And the fact that them withheld the man license and causing two business them to go under is a deliberate attack on the man and his business. So the court is saying that he can take them to court for real. Prosecution, prospects, and civil remedies. The Director of Investigation acknowledged that the system manipulation constitutes a breach of Section 5 of the Act, which makes it an offense to make unauthorized modifications to the contents of any computer. However, no referral to the DI prosecution was made. The reasons given are the server failed, destroyed the emails that would have confirmed who gave the instruction to make the false entry. Without that evidence, it is impossible to prove beyond reasonable doubt that the entries were made on the instruction of a senior officer rather than Mr. Robinson's own initiative. The absence of a prosecutorial referral is, from a legal standpoint, deeply unsatisfying. Mr. Robinson has admitted making the entries. The entries involved a deceased person, an individual without the required permit. A prosecution of Mr. Robinson alone for the act of making the entry might be possible without the email, subject to his defense of following order. This avenue does not appear to have been fully considered. The civil remedy available to Mr. Brown. So this is what the Integrity Commission is saying. So Mr. Brown can take against the FLA. Malicious damage to his business. If Mr. Brown can establish on the balance of probabilities that the FLA deliberately falsified his computer records, he may have a civil claim in damages for the economic loss caused to his businesses. The tort arises from a public officer act in excess or outside his power with the intention to injuring a person. The finding in this report may support such a claim.
Tell you about them.
Also, the judicial review, although Mr. Brown's Supreme Court claim had failed, the revocation of his license with vague reasons may still be susceptible to judicial review on natural justice grounds, particularly the right to be heard before a decision is made. Government liability for missing ammunition. Private firearm holder whose ammunition was stored at the FLA vault and cannot be accounted for may have civil claim against the FLA for loss of or damage to property in their custody. The government has a duty to care over property entrusted to its care. Allowing storage bag to deteriorate to point where ammunition is falling out and cannot be identified constitute a failure of that duty. Section 6, which is the overall assessment and conclusion. The report almost done, man. Overall assessment, Jamaica. This is a well-structured, thorough investigation conducted over an extended period with substantial evidence gathering. The DI acted properly within the Commission's powers and reached conclusions that are supported by the evidence presented. The report is notable for its honesty about what could not be proven and why, which is a mark of sound investigative practice. What the report establishes beyond reasonable doubt. The FLA's main vault is being managed inadequately with missing ammunition, deteriorating bags, and poor record keeping. The FLA's computer system was manipulated by a staff member to create false sales record in Mr. Brown's name, including records involving a person who was dead at the time. The server failure and absence of any backup represent a serious and inexcusable failure of data governance by a government body. Mr. Brown was, on the balance of the evidence, targeted by the FLA. What the report leaves unresolved: whether any FLA officer received a bribe of $500,000 from John Elliott, whether Mr. Cullum demanded $2 million from Mr. Brown, who specifically direct Mr. Robinson to make the false entries, whether the targeting of Mr. Brown was motivated by his refusal to pay a bribe, the full scale of the missing ammunition problem, given only 17% of vault entries were inspected. And the final observation, Jamaica, which is the systemic concern, is that this report reveals not merely isolated misconduct, but systemic governance failures at a public body responsible for regulating the possession of deadly weapons in a country experiencing serious gun violence. The combination of missing ammunition, falsifying computer records, destroying evidence, and inadequate storage represent a failure at multiple institutional levels that demand urgent and comprehensive reform. And the recommendation and commendation, the Commission is to be commended for the thoroughness of the investigation, the extensive witness statements taken, and the candid acknowledgement of evidentiary limitations. The recommendations are proportionate and practical. This report was signed by Kevon Stevenson, JP, the Director of Investigation, on the 26th of March, 2026, for the Integrity Commission. End of investigation. Jamaica, it's just a pity that my backup page, but I still give thanks we were able to put the message out. My main page was flagged because I was using certain words on the live, in addition to having the Integrity Commission's report displaying Andrew and Shane Darling and Horace Chang. So because of, those kind of things, they put me for 3 days suspension. But I will be here, Jamaica, on my backup page to do what I do best. So after 3 days, then I can be back. Or I will be back. So by now on Friday, Jamaica, I will be back on my main page. But what an investigation, Jamaica. And why is it that Juliet Holness hold on to such a damning report? Why is it that the Speaker of the House find it necessary to hold on to these damning information from the people? So finally she tabled the report. The report was tabled. And so, Jamaica, we saw Juliet Holness for exactly who she is. Why protect individuals like these? Why protect individuals like these? Well, Jamaica, we demand the full resignation of the CEO at the FLA, Mr. Shane Darling. This man has to go right now. Yes. Shane Darling is the one that instructed one of the staff at the FLA to sign into the system and corrupt the system and tell lie pa Mr. Brown. How dead man them put on the system, say the dead man go up a Mr. Brown range, go buy weapon. And the investigation proves that the man range was not open on that day. One of the smaddy name which are them put in the report shows that individual passed away. And the report where them put in the system said 25 days after the man passed away, the dead man go up at the range, go buy 2,000 rounds. Shane Darling is responsible. I remember Peter Bompton came out and make it absolutely clear, say Shane Darling must not head the FLA. Well, here we have another classic reason why he has to go. We are going to see the steps that the government will take where Shane Darling is concerned. He must resign from the FLA effective immediately. Can you imagine? You is a decent law-abiding citizen. You go to the proper channel. Forget your licensed weapon to protect yourself and your family. For whatever reason, you probably a travel and you don't want to leave your weapon at home. You can't trust nobody. People will break in your place, dig off your safe and use metal disc to open up your safe. So you carry your weapon, go put it into the hands of Shane Darling for safekeeping. Can you imagine? You count out all of your ammunition and shake out everything that is in your gun. And they make a note of it. John Brown came into the FLA on the 21st day of May 2026. He is a licensed firearm holder. He bears a weapon, whether Glock, whether millimeter, whether this, whether that, serial number, so and so. The weapon was open and there were 200 live rounds in the weapon. Mr. John Brown signed, say yes, this is my weapon, 200 rounds, everything accounted for. Then write one little tag, put the weapon in our bag, all of the ammunition, everything in our bag, and it is labeled, and the name and everything is tagged on the bag, and it is placed in the vault for safekeeping. John Brown got foreign, got doing business, and no say, man, come back a yard, making stop down at the FLA and collect back in weapon. When John Brown go at the FLA now, if he collect back in weapon, 191 out of 200 bullet missing. Shane Darling have no answer for give the man. When the Integrity Commission go down at the FLA go investigate, the investigation shows say in the vault itself, 714 weapon in the vault, physically means that you can touch it and say yes, weapon 1, weapon 2, weapon 3, 714 weapon in the vault for safekeeping. Them see them with them eye, then touch it, it is there. However, when the Integrity Commission check the system, when them check the system, Jamaica, out of the remember me telling you, 714 physical weapon in the vault, Before the weapon them reach the vault, it must be placed in the system. Your name, your type of weapon, the model, the serial number, all of your little documents, them, whether you are a licensed firearm holder, whatever the case may be, they have to have a record for you before them put it in the vault. The investigation shows 714 weapons in the vault, Jamaica, but only 101 in the system. How is that possible? How is it possible, Jamaica? The investigation say somebody down at the FLA call the people them will have them big business and say if they ever want to conduct them business and continue to conduct them business and get license from the FLA to continue carrying out their businesses, they have to come pay them $2 million under the table. One day that somebody make report, say somebody down at the FLA call them and say if they want get their license a year time for operate to sell these things 500,000 under the table. And I will continue to give you the license. This is a body, a government institution. And you have persons down there, a extortion a run down at the FLA. Extortion a run down at the FLA with Shane Darling as the CEO. Nobody can say me a damage nobody character, you know. Because what the investigation proves is that extortion a galang down there. No, so it go. And the report shows say Shane Darling are the CEO. So that means say under film watch them ya extortion a take place. So me not wrong. Me not wrong, Jamaica people, I am not wrong. Extortion a galang down there down at the FLA and a Shane Darling are the CEO. But the most damaging aspect of the report, Jamaica, is the fact that somebody at the FLA was given the permission and the authorization, to sign in at the country database and to corrupt a citizen. That citizen is Mr. Kent Brown. Remember the report said Mr. Kent Brown write an article in the Gleaner and say when he go down at the FLA, too much hanky-panky are going down there, and he wrote to the Gleaner and the Gleaner published his story. This man on the screen, Mr. Shane Darling, did not like what Kent Brown did, and he vowed to shut down the man business, and he did. He did, Jamaica, but he couldn't just shut down the man business so without a proper reason. So what Mr. Shane Darling and the staff at FLA did was to go into the system and manipulate the system and put in all kind of things on the man database. So that's when the audit them are done and a run through, then can find all kind of dirty deeds on the man. When the auditor do, Jamaica, the man cannot explain himself because of him system. How did these alterations done on a system that belongs to you? The investigation shows now, Jamaica, that somebody down at the FLA was granted the authorization. The person called name, the man said it is the manager for IT or the CEO Shane Darling, but he cannot recall either of the two, but one out of the two of them. So that's why me I call Shane Darling name, because Mr. Robinson say him not deny saying no go in there go corrupt the system, you know. But for him to go in there to go corrupt the system, he have to get the authorization from Shane Darling. Make we talk. Let us speak the truth now, Jamaica. Mr. Robinson, the investigation shows say yes, Mr. Robinson admits that him going to the nation database go corrupt it, you know, but he cannot have access to the database without the permission of Mr. Shane Darling. I know me attack nonsense at the report. Me just read word for word for Uno, you know, Jamaica. A complete breach was done. So that means, Jamaica, persons can have access to your data, and if them feel like they want to set you up, they have the authority to set you up. Nobody is safe in this country because of the Jamaica Labour Party. If you read what was put on the man database, the information that was put in the database, you know, said Mr. Kent Brown, him having in range. You know range where if you are a licensed firearm holder, then carry up on the range for teach you how to pop and do the things them also. The man have a license to conduct those kind of business. The report states that somebody went up on the man range at a particular day, at a particular time, and purchased 2,000 rounds from him. When Kevin Stevens, the director of investigation at the IC, go do their audit and then proper investigation, that individual name was Shane Darling staff put on the system. The report shows that them go down at the Registrar General RGD and the individual is deceased. The report shows the date which are them put in the system say the man go up, they go purchase the 2,000 round from Mr. Brown, Pioneer Range. The man passed away 25 days ago. So how can a dead man go up and the man range go purchase these ammunition? Only no Sister Shane Darling set up Mr. Kent Brown to mash up the man business. So that's the man, remember, Jamaica, these things were forcibly falsified and added pan the man record, the man don't know about it. For you to go into the system to do those things, the individual must be present in your presence. So whatever you hand over to the FLA, you, the holder for that licensed firearm, have to give an account before them. And why you give them put on the record. So how is it that Shane Darling give permission to one of his staff to go into the nation database to corrupt an individual database? Jamaica, this is very sad, This is very sad, Jamaica. And the sad part about it? The individual, Mr. Robinson, who admit to corrupting the database, the man say he cannot recall if a Mr. Shane Darling or the manager for IT give him the instruction, but he's one out of the two. Yes? But he cannot recall if a Shane Darling or the other gentleman. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Robinson never deny. Mr. Robinson say he has no access to the database. The only way he can have access to the database is if Shane Darling grant him the permission by giving him the password to go into the system. So that means the accusation that was laid out against Mr. Shane Darling say he will do whatever in his powers to shut down Mr. Brown's business. It came to pass. It came to pass. And how convenient, Jamaica, when the investigation is being conducted. Yeah? The record, the database completely crash. So there is no evidence to show, say, at this day, John Brown or Mary Jane enter the system. Yeah? The system automatically crash. So there is nothing to show. However, what this open Jamaica is a can of worms where Shane Darling is concerned. Them are your criminal wearing a jacket and tie. See them your labor right them. Eh? That is it, Lifeline. If they could have gone into records and database to corrupt something like this, I will not put it past them so the Jamaica Labour Party can go in at the system, down at the electoral office and corrupt and manipulate the voting process. I will not put it past the Jamaica Labour Party. They are capable of doing so. Mr. Jamaica, I am shocked, I am floored, I am stunned. And you have the Speaker of the House, Juliet Holness, holding on to information like this for 2 months and don't want the public to know. This is a wicked act. It is a wicked act, Jamaica. Can you imagine, Sammy? Can you imagine, Sammy? Jamaica, this is a disgrace. This is a disgrace, my people. Can you imagine? The report shows, say, 25 days after the individual passed away, the dead man go up and the man ranger buy ammunition. That is how wicked these people are. The report say a gentleman went up and the man range go purchase ammunition. However, the report states that on that day, the man range never open, the man business never open on the day. It gets worse, Jamaica. One of the individual which are them put in the system say go up, they go buy the weapon them. That individual was passed away 25 days before. So how 25 days after the man dead and gone, the dead man can go up at the man range go make such a purchase? Shane Dallin must be brought before the court of justice. Shane Dallin must be fired and he must be banned from holding any public office in this country. Our institutions are completely deteriorated under the Labour Party's watch. What a national disgrace. What a national disgrace, Jamaica. The report is damaging. There is no privacy anymore. The institutions are compromised. Can you imagine, Jamaica? A system, a record to protect you and I. The Jamaica Labour Party has the access to go in there and to incriminate you and put things by your good name where you don't know about. The investigation shows, that the same man, Mr. Kent Brown, has no former bad record. The man has never been charged before. He has, you have a decent citizen. That is Mr. Kent Brown. Mr. Kent Brown is a law-abiding citizen, a conducting business. However, somebody down at the FLA extort people who have businesses like his and call the man and say if he ever want license to continue to operate a year time, he have to pay them $500,000 under the table. Jamaica. The worst and worst of it all, is the fact that somebody that is employed with secrecy, Shane Dallin, who has access to a government database. Shane Dallin granted access. I cannot say, me can't top call Shane Dallin name because the accused, Mr. Robinson, tell we in the report, me just don't read, so nobody not supposed to say allegedly. Shane Dallin grant authority and the authorization to Mr. Robinson to go in the people database and corrupt it. And that Mr. Robinson say, the man say, I cannot recall either of the two individuals, but it is Mr. Shane Dallin or the director for IT. The man call name. So we cannot say allegedly because the report is there and the report tell we say the gentleman, Mr. Robinson, confess, say yes, I am the one that went into the system, but I was instructed to do so. That is the hallmark of the report, The hallmark is not just the fact that they do a criminal act, Yeah? But for the act to be committed, somebody in charge must grant that authority. And the accused, Mr. Robinson, him never denied saying, him going at the system, go put wrong information in the past, He never denied. However, the man say he was instructed to do so. So that means the information was carefully and strategically crafted through and sent to Mr. Robinson, the database manager. Yeah? And Mr. Robinson was instructed by Shane Dallin, said this information must be updated on somebody's record. The poor man don't know why I'm getting himself in because he acted on the instruction of Mr. Shane Dallin. Hello, somebody. The poor man, as wicked as him is, but you cannot blame Mr. Robinson because he was instructed what to do. He is doing his job, and if the CEO for the job, the boss a tell you to do something, and worse, the boss a go give you the access and the permission to go in at the database, go update it. You might think say update somebody record, and you are doing so in goodwill. But look at what it caused the gentleman today. Poor Mr. Robinson name now a call past something damning when it is Shane Darling is the culprit. Shane Darling is the culprit. I don't know what is nationwide waiting on to flash it. Say Shane Darling resign, The earlier Shane Darling resign is the better for the Labour Party, The quicker Shane Darling take himself from the FLA is the better for the Jamaica Labour Party, You want to tell me, say them as something a Juliet only sit down pan and a cover up? And the opposition has been calling for 2 months. Make we know what is happening in this country. And Juliet only sit down pan the report for 2 months. The fact say they want to carry that court and the court rule and force them to table the blouse and skirt report. Juliet Holness must be questioned for liability. Yes! Juliet Holness must be questioned and brought before the court of law. She is an enabler for corruption. Juliet Holness and Tom Tavares Finson, the two of them colluded together not to table the report. And now the court ruled that the report must be tabled. Look at the damning allegations coming out of this report. Can you imagine, Comrade Ivan Wilson? Comrade Wilson, can you imagine? You is a business owner. You know they all wicked them out there. And God bless you with a firearm to protect yourself and your family. And you want travel, you can't leave your weapon at home because even though you have a safe at home, me see people that dig out ATM machines, so not safe anymore. So you can't leave your weapon, people will dig it out of the wall. So you carry your weapon, go to the FLA, which is the national body for safekeeping weapons. And you put your gun, your weapon, you're gonna foreign. And when you come back now, if you collect your weapon, your rounds them is unaccounted for. Tell me now. The report said the man hand over his weapon in the care of the state institution FLA. It shows type of weapon. He is a licensed dealer. He might be licensed for weapon. It shows who the weapon belongs to. It shows the serial number. And it showed that 200 live rounds were in the weapon. That is what was signed to and put into the database. That is just one of the incidents. We don't talk about the dead man issue and the rest of things. One of the damning thing in the report is that an ordinary private citizen took his licensed weapon to the FLA for safekeeping because he or she was traveling. And they did the right thing by not leaving the weapon at home. So they bring the weapon for safekeeping in the presence of the FLA. Them tear up the weapon, open it, pick it apart, take out every live round and count it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 200 live rounds were in the weapon. The serial number written down, the person license was photocopied, everything for the database was updated, and the individual was sent on their merry way abroad. Everything accounted for, and handed over for safekeeping. When the individual now returned from abroad and decides that they are going to stop by the FLA and collect them weapon, Shane Darling, I go tell the individual, say they don't know what to tell them because of the 200 live rounds, 191 live rounds unaccounted for. And the woman give you a weapon to keep with 200 live rounds in there? Mighty God of Daniel. Jamaica people, remember say one live rounds can analyze somebody, you know. One live round missing is too many. And just one individual, you know, remember there are others, just one individual is reporting that when they come back for their weapon and I expect them weapon, yeah? Serious breach. 191 of them live rounds unaccounted for. Jesus have mercy. And Shane Dallin still down there as CEO? Huh? And Shane Dallin aware of them accusations 2 months ago when the report was sent to Parliament. So now that the report is made public now, why is Shane Dallin still down at the FLA? What is the media waiting to publicize the resignation of Shane Dallin? Eh? What is it that they are waiting on to fire this man? This man must never get back any more job in the public sector. Eh? Can you imagine, my people? 12 minutes to the hour of 1 o'clock. Don't forget that we get out of here at 1 p.m. Jamaica, can you imagine? Eh? Your information on a database, yeah, was forged and manipulated without your consent, which means you sat before an individual and everything that you put on a piece of paper was recorded on a computer. You signed to it, me signed to it, and the information was added to the nation's database for safekeeping. Yeah? Based on what the record states, you must never alter anybody information outside of their presence. If there is any update need to be done, you need to go to the FLA and sit with them so that they can update your records in front of you and personally in front of you. That is how it's supposed to do. But what the Jamaica Labour Party did was that they went behind the victim's back, insert and falsify the man record, because they were doing what it takes to a good God Almighty. Imagine now. That is the reason why them revoke the man license, you know. And when the poor man knows that he no do nothing wrong, the man carry the matter to court. But the court didn't rule in the man's favor because based on the evidence, the court have to rule that the man does not deserve to have a license.
And y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man.
But the commandment, them say nothing bear false witness against a man. Not so it go.
Support,
when the Christian them say in the house, the Bible not say, oh, be unto those who bear false witness unto somebody. So that means that Shane Dallin knows so what I'm do is wrong, and Shane Dallin put it on the record and bear false witness and false statement upon the man. Eh? The 10 commandments speak about bearing false witness. In Kamiana. And what the Jamaica Labour Party did, we have to blame the Labour Party because they are in charge. And if when the PNP in power, they would have blamed the administration of the People's National Party. So when you look and you see that the wife of the Prime Minister, Juliet Holness, had access to this information and sat there on it for 2 months and tried to drag it through the court for this damning information not to get out there, you have to ask yourself the question, is the Speaker of the House a criminal? Eh? Juliet Holness sit down pandemia nasty dirty deeds, yeah. For 2 months and refuse to tell the people. And dirty Babs, you go come tell we yesterday who disgusting from who not disgusting. How Babs now come out, come condemn the act of a Juliet Holness this morning. That is another story for another day. We need some milk. That is another story for another day. Jamaica. The levels to this. The levels to this, my people. The man come out, come admit it. Say, yes, I, Mr. Robinson, interfere with the database system. Yeah? The man admitted saying go up on the system, go falsify the information. However, the man said he acted on instructions. He was instructed by Shane Dallin to put in this information on the system and update somebody's record. Little did he know, Jamaica, that he know deeds of the Jamaica Labour Party through Shane Dallin. Huh? Jamaica. Mr. Robinson, the accused, said that he went in the system, but for him to get access to the system, he must get the authorization and the password from Shane Dallin. Can you imagine? You are going to tell such vicious lies and cook up such vicious stories and cause the man 2 business to be closed down, put him out of a bread. When the poor man knows say none of them are something where they accuse him of. The poor man couldn't prove it because only him can have the access to his data. But little did he know that it is somebody, the gatekeepers of a national database, to be protecting the man. The same person who is there to protect the individual is the same person that destroyed the man. And the man knows not him going at the system go sell the 2,000 rounds them. So he would have never put it on in system saying sell 2,000 rounds. And what they did to Mr. Kent Brown, Jamaica, caused the man to take the matter to court. But because in court is evidence rule, the evidence showed that the system, Jamaica, was changed. But the court no say a fraudulent activity, then fraud. The man can't prove it. So that's why the poor man called the Integrity Commission to make them know say one fraud a galang down at the FLA. Come investigate because me know I know me do them as something to me own database. Somebody is meddling with the database. And that is what caused the investigation, Jamaica. And the Integrity Commission acted on such report and went down at FLA go dig it up. And that is why we are here. That is why we are here this afternoon. When the investigation busts, Jamaica, it shows that Shane Dallin instructed one of the staff down at the FLA to corrupt the nation's database and to add information to someone's record, which later caused them to lose their license and their businesses closed down. Now when the investigation wrap up, it shows, Jamaica, that somebody put false information under the man's name. It further proved, Jamaica, that for that information to be added to the database, somebody must grant the access to such information. The report shows, Jamaica, that Mr. Shane Darling instructed one of the staff at the FLA to go into the system through the use of his password and alter the man record. One of the damning things that was put on the record about the man is that the man sell an individual 2,000 round in range. And any amount, any amount of, what you call it now? Any amount of ammunitions that you sold, you must write it down. But the man saying couldn't write down and sell these ammunition here. Yeah? Because my reign.
What go on with the general? Yo, Jerry Bryan, I hold them, you know?
Yes, sorry about that. What happened, Jamaica, is that the individual reported that these claims that was put on a database, I am not entitled to do so. Because on that day, my business never opened yet. Or it didn't open any at all that day. In addition, one of the individuals which are them put in the database went up there to purchase the 2,000 rounds. That individual don't have the license to purchase ammunition. The man only have in his possession, what you call it? Before you get your driver's license, your learners. What that individual have is a learner permit. And a learner permit don't authorize you to purchase ammunition. So how then can put that on the system? It gets worse, Jamaica. Another third individual was placed on the man record. Yeah? Say that the man go up in range, go purchase 2,000 ammunition. But the record show that 25 days later, that individual who went up there had passed away 25 days ago. The Integrity Commission went to the Registrar General to go prove if the man passed away. And the record shows that the man passed away 25 days before that claim was made. So how does Shane Darling go put information on the man database say me sell them 2,000 live rounds? Me, the dead, go up, they go make such purchase. Something is wrong. Something is wrong, my people. And this report, Chin, big up yourself. This report shows us, Jamaica, that our nation is in a predicament. I have never seen these kind of accusations under the People's National Party. Me no know them are going to come back here and I don't know. But Jamaica people fed up of the Jamaica Labour Party and there is no coming back from all of this. Can you imagine? What a shame and disgrace in the Jamaica Labour Party. Well, Jamaica, it was my pleasure being here, and we will continue to speak on this FLA report as the week goes by. Don't forget that at 2 p.m., the Nation Parliament convene. We will be hearing from Peter Bunting and, of course, the member for North East St. Elizabeth, Miss Zulika Jess. So we will be supporting those two individuals at 2 p.m. when Parliament convenes. Jamaica, I want to thank you guys so much for the love and the support. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Let us continue to look out one for another. Let us continue to champion the message of the People's National Party. We are on a high, Jamaica, and I'm just encouraging you to stay focused. Don't be distracted by the distractors. The People's National Party is poised for leadership. Let us remain focused. So with that said, my people, the word is love. Stay safe and stay true, Jamaica. Blessings, and see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. We will do it all over again. The word is love, Jamaica. Big up on yourself.
One J Brian, you know. One J Brian, I want to them. Ladies and gentlemen, may I tell you, what a breakdown. We didn't have to catch that one there from J Brian there, man. Really, you know? Mommy, oh my goodness. Lord of mercy. Woo! Lord of mercy. Of course, you know, I am not going anywhere because this is where I will be covering the what do you call it? This is where I'll be covering the parliament today for those sectorial debates. This live stream will be continuing until the end of that particular situation. So don't go anywhere. Keep liking, keep sharing. Alright, so we're active here now. I will go on the camera. Deactivate, activate. Oh, there we go. Yeah, man, we're active here now. See that? We're active here now. Yes, my people. Charmian Wagwan. Charmian says Shane Dallin, who acting like he is a paragon of virtue when he went to the FLA, mix up in a corruption. Now he is to go. Name soon start call Queen say. Then she Satan advocate there in the theme. Only not easy, you know. Mighty God, only not easy at all. Only not easy at all, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I don't know if Shane Dallin, according to me reading of the report, and I have a video that is premiering right now on Bolo VNR 2.0. You understand? Because we're busy on all platforms. You know? Fully busy. Right now, I'm going to make a thumbnail for go post over by Bolo VNR. You see me? So, we're active, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see what go on in the news there, because I know say only for something. The news supposed to fully active right now. Let me see what go on in the news. TVJ, me with TVJ say about this situation. Mighty God. Rock of Ages played for me. Let me see. I guess I can use this one. Alright, let me use that one. Riding. Let me use that one. Of course, you can still use this. Damning FLA report. Mighty God. You can still use this. Until I'm ready for your parliament. I understand. Anybody want unique? When you say unique, bless up yourself, you know, my brother. Respect our manners every time. Damning FLA report, man. Say good afternoon, brother Bolo and family. Then to your members in the chat. Well thinking, educated citizens, greeting heart of love. No water love. Talk truth, no man. How unfortunate it is in Yankee Bless. Mighty God. This is terrible, I don't know, but this is very, very shameful. I don't know how the labor right then can walk proud with them head up, man. I don't know how them do it, you know. Like, shame really, No grab Belmont Road, like no shame no grow there. You know what I mean? Yeah. No shame tree no there Belmont Road for real, man. I see her something. Peter Bunting was absolutely right, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see what's happening here in the news for TVJ. Oh, that's a live stream. I don't want a live stream. I want to know what going on in the news. So we have all right. Oh, there it is, the FLA report. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see what I want to talk about over here, sir.
To Primetime News. And a special welcome once again to our viewers on TVJ International in the Cayman Islands and online at onespotmedia.com.
First up this evening, the Integrity Commission's report on its findings into the operations of the Firearm Licensing Authority, FLA, was tabled in Parliament on Tuesday.
The investigation, which spanned several years, examined allegations of mismanagement, oversight failures, and other concerns within the agency.
We have the details in this report.
A major investigation into Jamaica's Firearm Licensing Authority has uncovered accountability gaps, missing ammunition, and irregularities in its licensing system. The findings are contained in an investigation report compiled by the Integrity Commission. The probe, which began in 2021, examined allegations of corruption, improper licensing practices, and weaknesses in how firearms and ammunition are stored. Investigators found that while no firearms earmarked for destruction were missing, at least 190 rounds of .22 ammunition could not be accounted for at the authority's main vault. The report also highlighted serious weaknesses in inventory management. It noted that only about 17% of the recorded entries were checked, and several discrepancies, including deteriorating storage bags and poor record keeping, were identified. In addition, the Commission concluded that the authority's license management system was manipulated, with inaccurate information entered into a dealer's account without his request or consent. The investigation found that one set of transactions showed thousands of rounds of ammunition being purchased by individuals who either denied the purchases or, in one case, was already dead at the time. Despite these concerns, the Commission determined that the authority acted within its legal powers when it revoked certain firearm licenses linked to the investigation. However, in relation to allegations of corruption involving staff, the report says investigators were unable to reach definitive conclusions due to insufficient evidence. The Commission is recommending urgent reforms, including improvements to storage conditions, stronger controls over data entry in the licensing system, and the establishment of a proper...
McQueen.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I'm live in a walk on.
Good day, I'm not on break, so I'm just checking in.
No, I'm telling you, you're live. Everybody's here and you're live. I thought you was watching the show.
Hi. No, I can't do that right now. I can't watch the show right now because I'm not in that position to do so. But hi, everybody. I'm live.
All right, you're good though.
Yes, I am. Was returning a call. All right, then. Thank you.
Yeah, man, no problem. Later.
All right, blessings.
One McQueen and a big up McQueen. Wagwan nuts. Hey, nuts, boy. When me hear Bridgina say, so brother Bolo, this is serious. And wicked with this JLP government. Dangerous criminals, corrupt. Can you imagine? No sector, not clean, not even a Shane Darling. Not even one Shane Darling must go to prison. No, ladies and gentlemen. There's no evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that can send Dane Shalin to prison. According to, if you watch my video that I have right now, premiering on Bolo VNR 2.2 and Bolo VNR clips, two of them. If you watch that video, Shane Darling cannot be charged, There's no evidence. The evidence them compromised. The evidence is compromised. Is the only reason why the Integrity Commission did not recommend charges. and a whole heap of people name call, right? If you, we're going to get tonight, you know, because I do part 1 already, and I'm going to do part 2 of reading of the FLA report. See, just like how I show you, and you can see it on the screen, like what it happened right now, see that? Live right now, on Bolo VNR 2.0. Make sure that they are pre. I'm see, hold on. Me see all nuts over there. Nuts there everywhere. Big up nuts. See? Nuts did over there, and some other people over there watch and think. But me I say, this particular report is very, very serious because you're talking about licensed firearm holders. You understand? You're not talking about no regular schmegular thing. That's serious. The integrity of the FLA should be unquestionable. There shouldn't be any question of their integrity. Any question of their integrity is damning to, I mean, every Jamaican should feel unsafe at this juncture. I kid you not. I don't know how you can feel safe.
Backup systems.
I don't know how you can feel safe with what you're hearing out of the report. Let me play it back a little bit. Hold on there. I want to listen to this carefully, you know. Listen to this carefully.
Welcome back to Primetime News.
And a special welcome once again to our viewers on TVJ International in the Cayman Islands and online at onespotmedia.com.
First up this evening, the Integrity Commission's report on its findings into the operations of the Firearm Licensing Authority FLA was tabled in Parliament on Tuesday.
The investigation, which spanned several years, examined allegations of mismanagement, oversight failures, and other concerns within the agency.
We have the details in this report.
A major investigation into Jamaica's Firearm Licensing Authority has uncovered accountability gaps, missing ammunition, and irregularities in its licensing system. The findings are contained in an investigation report compiled by the Integrity Commission. The probe, which began in 2021, examined allegations of corruption, improper licensing practices, and weaknesses in how firearms and ammunition are stored. Investigators found that while no firearms earmarked for destruction were missing, at least 190 rounds of .22 ammunition could not be accounted for at the authority's main vault. The report also highlighted serious weaknesses in inventory management. It noted that only about 17% of the recorded entries were checked, and several discrepancies, including deteriorating storage bags and poor record keeping, were identified. In addition, the Commission concluded that the authority's license management system was manipulated, with inaccurate information entered into a dealer's account without his request or consent. The investigation found that one set of transactions showed thousands of rounds of ammunition being purchased by individuals who either denied the purchases or, in one case, was already dead at the time. Despite these concerns, the Commission determined that
that's one of the biggest thing in the report. The fact that the person that actually, according to the data, purchased ammunition, right? The person was 25 days before that they had passed or they died. What the hell can go so? What? Like, there's enough evidence for you to be super suspicious. I think there's enough evidence for Shane Darling and the entire FLA to be removed. All of them. But guess what? The security minister has confidence in Shane Darling. Yes, this government back up everything that looks suspicious. They have no, I don't know why I'm surprised. There's nothing that they say, you know what? Christopher Tufton, based off what's happening at the UHWI, you got to go. How did this happen under your watch? Right? And then all the other things that is happening. You know, multiple children dying in hospitals, at birth, stuff like that. Just the failing of the education of the medical system. And then the situation with the FLA is like, where does it end? This government is, this is dangerous what is happening, ladies and gentlemen. At the FLA, This is no joke, Oh, so they can't stay there.
The authority acted within its legal powers when it revoked certain firearm licenses linked to the investigation. However, in relation to allegations of corruption involving staff, the report says investigators were unable to reach definitive conclusions due to insufficient evidence. The Commission is recommending urgent reforms, including improvements to storage conditions, stronger controls over data entry in the licensing system, and the establishment of proper data backup systems. It is also urging a full independent audit of all FLA vaults to determine the extent of unaccounted ammunition and to strengthen oversight. MAGNITSKY Robinson, TVJ News.
What if I could build an app that works?
Advertisement. Yankee Bless said the same strategy they used in the voting predicament. Where's the proof that they were actually destroyed? I don't know. No. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. I don't know how my signature got there, former CEO of the University Hospital of the West Indies, Kevin Allen, as he distanced himself from documents bearing his signature more than a year after he left office. Now, the issue was among those discussed at Tuesday's sitting of the Public Accounts Committee.
Former CEO of the University Hospital of the West Indies, Kevin Allen, was expected to answer questions surrounding documents signed in his name after he demitted office in 2022. Instead, his appearance before the Public Accounts Committee left the members with more questions than answers.
The form that you signed was just for internal purposes. The form that you did sign in advance, just for emergency, was for internal purposes only.
Yes, madam.
However, the form that we're talking about, that is not a form that you left.
No, madam.
So how did your signature reach on those forms?
I don't know. I cannot explain that. I don't know.
A year after you left.
I am not a member of the team. I have not participated in the management of the organization. I don't know.
During a previous meeting of the PAC, acting CEO of the Jamaica Customs Agency, Kirk Benjamin, revealed there were instances where Mr. Allen's signature was on the C-85 form submitted to Customs for Jackden and Supreme Laundries, two companies which benefited from the UHWI's tax exemption status. However, these documents were submitted for the period 2023 to 2024.
I don't know how my signature would reach on that document. I would not have signed such a document upon my departure. I don't know anything about that transaction whatsoever. So I am clueless where that is concerned, Chair.
He insists he drafted a letter when he demitted office of CEO instructing that his signature be removed from all accounts and other documents. Signatures aside.
But even if he didn't draft a letter, ladies and gentlemen, wouldn't it be operational standards to remove the former entity CEO of an organization from any blank document with signatures on it? Those should be null and void immediately after they have left. So this is the situation at the UHWI, I'm telling you. Yeah, I don't know how Christopher Tufton still has a job. Even it doesn't matter. Like there has to be a straw that breaks the camel's back, ladies and gentlemen. There has to come a point where whatever is the reason why people don't want to remove him, the society, civil society groups, everybody should be calling for the resignation of Christopher Tufton. Everybody. The Speaker of the House need to resign. Shane Daly need to resign. Andrew Owens need to resign. Daryl Vaz need to resign. Like, a whole heap of people just need to sit down. They are bringing shame and disgrace upon the country reputation. If I was a businessman, I wouldn't come to Jamaica and invest. It from the top down is scamming and corruption. From the top down, Jamaica. the PSOJs, everybody. We see senior policemen involved in cocaine dealings. Brown suit, inspector. Want to know see the country gone? No, sir. No, man.
Another issue from the last meeting also resurfaced. Former Chairman Wayne Chai Chong told the PAC that Health Minister Dr. Christopher Tufton overturned the board's decision to appoint a new CEO, prompting member Juliet Cuthbert Flynn to request the minutes to substantiate those claims. And so, on Tuesday,
the minutes of the relevant periods were checked. Neither the minutes of the board meeting or minutes of the Board of Senior Directors speak to a decision to overturn the appointment of a candidate who was selected for the post of CEO.
To now hear from the UHWI, the minutes, to see that
every time there's key evidence for pin some people in a Jamaica Labour Party or members that support the Jamaica Labour Party in different agencies in Jamaica, every time these documents seem to just go missing. They seem to disappear and nobody knows where the documents are. Wagwan Winifred. Nobody knows. Puff gone. Nobody knows where the documents are. What a banger.
absolutely no such thing transpired. It is more than concerning to me.
While government members of the committee say the absence of the issue from the minutes raises questions about the accuracy of the claims, Peter Bunting issued this caution.
I'm sure members Main and Steve Wright know well that ministers, not all communication will go through the minutes of the board. Chairmen of boards can get a clear sense of where that, of what the wishes of the minister are without it being documented in board minutes. And the fact that they resigned shortly after seems to support the oral testimony or account given by the chairman here at this committee.
In the meantime, the Ministry of National Security says it has full confidence in the Firearm Licensing Authority despite the Integrity Commission probe into alleged irregularities at the agency. According to Portfolio Minister Dr. Horace Chang, he said the investigation completed in March examined allegations of corruption, improper conduct, and the issues surrounding the storage and award of firearms. However, he notes the findings did not recommend any criminal charges. He also says there's no evidence that firearms are missing.
Jamaica, the fact that there's no evidence doesn't mean that firearms weren't missing. I just want you to understand that. The fact that no criminal charges was leveled, it just means that there's not enough evidence to charge anybody. It means that persons were very crafty. Here he talked about manipulation of data. Listen, Horace Chang and the Jamaica Labour Party, they are always on the wrong side of history where governance is concerned. You know? I cannot believe that this man is the National Security Minister, you know? And he's so nonchalant about the FLA report, you know, and standing behind him, you know. Right? The level, this just tells me how corrupt this government is. All of them, the senior members of the Jamaica Labour Party, the ones that stay quiet, the ones that know what's going on, like all of them, to me, in my opinion, is inherently corrupt. I don't trust them. I don't trust not even one of them. Crazy, bro.
From the authority's main vault. Following the report, he says a ministry team inspected the FLA's facilities. While officials identified limitations in storage space, they say systems are in place to properly track and account for all firearms and ammunition. Steps, he adds, are now being taken to improve storage capacity and disposal processes, including plans to acquire additional equipment to destroy weapons forfeited to the state. The minister has also directed the newly appointed board, chaired by retired Justice Glenworth Brown, to strengthen processes based on the commission's final recommendations. He clarified that recent board changes are not linked to the investigation, but are due to the expiration of the previous board's term. Dr. Chang says the ministry remains committed to accountability and strengthening public confidence in the Firearm Licensing Authority.
As soon as Parliament start, I will know because I have it behind the scenes ready. But in the meantime, between time, let me go to here. St. Andrew truck driver shot dead at home. Wow. That's crazy stuff going on, man. Let me just share my screen, yeah? Don't want you guys to be visually missing out. Lord of mercy, I turn on my camera. I don't want you guys to be visibly missing out, you know. Let me take off this particular thingy right there. Yes. Here we go. Here we go. Yes, so a St. Andrew man, St. Andrew truck driver was shot dead at home. Wow, that is the IFC Jamaica beats gloomy post-hurricane financial forecast, but faces growing risk. What do you mean them beat gloomy? What do you mean by that? I don't want to read it because I don't want to make my head start hurt me, you know. Police charged with murder in Lataya Bulgin shooting. Denied bail. Oh shit! Oh shit! Yeah! Let's go! Yo, me say, hey, I want to fight sometime when me see all this something I give me trouble, you know. Look on this now. Look at this now, Father God. When I see me same way, my people look and see car. You want to see me same way. Those arms were sold on the black market. Then, unfortunately, the soldiers summoned to erase and retrieve ammunition. Yankee bless. Not my word. Not my word, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know nothing about them something there. But, you know, corruption happens everywhere now. And even in the U.S. Army, you know, there's a record of same. So, when we talk about these things, you know, what bothers me too about the Jamaica Labour Party is that they act as if these people are not people. They act as if, given the salary that the JCF and the JDF makes, you're telling me that they are not susceptible. Big word. That one there's a tongue tie, ladies and gentlemen. You're telling me that they're not susceptible to are vulnerable to you know, offers of corruption. Like somebody would offer them a deal for them to look the other way. The fact that they make the little money that they make and it's not adequate. And they don't seem to be getting anywhere because they are not the members of parliament and legislators that gave themselves 200 and 300%. They don't have that type of power to give themselves you know, a salary that is outrageously high. You know, they don't have that type of, you know, power to do what the politicians did, the Nigel Clarks and the Andrew Owners, for give themselves a 200 to 300% increase on their salary. They just don't. They don't have the power to do that. So they, you know, they have to depend on people to be, you know, You have to depend on people to be fair in the government. Please like and share, ladies and gentlemen. But this is good. Police charged with murder in Lataya Bulgin shooting. Denied bail. Alright? Wonderful. Hey, big up Isaac Buchanan, man. Big up Isaac Buchanan, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. 7-year-old injured in St. Catherine crash dies. Jeez and peas. More bad news. First Rock planned APO to fund property acquisition. Also, the DPP get involved. The Director of Public Prosecution has ruled that the police constable Andrew Wilson should be charged with murder in connection with the unaliving of 45-year-old Lataya Bujubolgin in Galvin, St. James last month. The incident sparked public outrage and fiery demonstration. CTC TV footage circulating on social media shows a police officer firing at the vehicle during a protest on May 17th. Bulgin was driving the vehicle. The cop was later suspended. Wow. Wow. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to the DPP. DPP, you have more work for you here? Yeah, man. I'm sure say here the recommendations. Stunned Jamaican actor Diana McCarla wins Prestige Royal Society of Literature Prize. Okay. ECJ starts consultation on boundary adjustment linked to Portmore Parish status. Churches' rights advocates split over Germany embassy pride what? Pride flag. Jamaica, want to hear this? Did I say church then sell out and I think I joke? Church then fully gone, you know? We have no problem with homosexuals, the individuals who want to practice their lifestyle in private. But we certainly have a problem if they choose to impose a culture practice on Jamaica that we consider inappropriate and not consistent with healthy family life. That is right. That is the position that the church should hold. Alright? God have got deal with him, deal with it. Everybody have got face God Almighty. But don't try to impose that culture upon the family structure. You understand? That's not cool. It's not cool at all. Nobody has to impose heterosexual lifestyle, you know. If you know what it's, you know. It just aligns with God's intent for us. You know what I mean? And God's purpose for us. If all of us should become anything but strictly a homosexual or a lesbian, then humanity would end. It would be the end of humanity. There will be no more. And that's a fact. And there's no argument where that is concerned. And then persons will say, but that will never happen. Oh, really? The devil is in the details and the devil's plans, man. Once they start to push certain things and it becomes the norm, then guess what? That's where mankind eventually over some years will become extinct. You understand? Because they're promoting this improper lifestyle. But
the Prime Minister told Minister Wheatley, told Albin Hill last week, and creativity without research funding, without a system behind it, does not become patent. Yes. Let us look a little closer home. The Minister of Science, Energy and Technology Strategic Business Plan 2022 to 2026, which was published in February 2022, and this is the government's document, yes, states in strategic objective number 8, and I quote, facilitate an increase in investments in R&D, science, technology, and investment to 1% of GDP by March 2026. Funding without a system behind it does not become patent. Yes. Let us look a little closer home. The Minister of Science, Energy and Technology Strategic Business Plan 2022 to 2026, which was published in February 2022, and this is the government's document, yes, states in strategic objective number 8, and I quote,
and let me be clear. I am not an advocate for a culture of hurting anybody because they have chosen to become a lesbian or homosexual or any other, anything opposite of a heterosexual. I don't support violence against nobody at all. And like I said, God is in control and everybody have to go answer to God. You understand? So there's nothing that you guys can do to somebody, physically, that is worse than what God can do to them eternally. And a lot of you that out there that starchly bash persons that are going through that experience, which God can still deliver them from as long as they're alive. A lot of you are not in a good place. I myself, we're not in a good place. You understand what I'm saying? So work on yourself. And everybody have to seek God and get to know God, because there's other things that we do that is not pleasing to the Most High that will lead us right there in hell next to the homosexual and the lesbian. And look at you on earth. Oh, and you want to do this to them physically and all of that. And then you end up in a hell with them. Like, come on, bro. That is not it. That is not it. Y'all got to rethink that one. You know what I'm saying? That is not it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. Woo, Lord of mercy. That is not it at all. But let's continue.
Facilitate an increase in investments in R&D, science, technology, and investment to 1% of GDP by March 2026. I heard the minister said earlier that it is 0.7% now. But if you check the WIPO records, there is no R&D expenditure figure for Jamaica at all. What? The Global Innovation Index ranks Jamaica 124th out of 133 on the scale as it relates to research and development. Sadly, Jamaica ranks third in the entire world on the Human Flight and Brain Drain Index. More than 40% of every Jamaican who earns a university degree is living and working abroad. The nurse from UWI is in Canada. The engineer from UTAC is in London. The IT professional who could be building Jamaica's digital systems is in Florida. They did not leave because they didn't love Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, they left because Jamaica has not built the environment where their talent can be valued with dignity. No retention strategy. No tax incentive for the STEM professional who stays. No innovation district where returning diaspora can build something meaningful. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about a young lady who is from a community called IB, IT Boreal, on the outskirts of Anata Bay in my constituency. She's in her late 20s. She has 2 children. And she lives with her mother while she stays in Kingston Sundays to Fridays each week. She has 3 other siblings. None works. 2 are still in school. Her mom also doesn't work. She is the breadwinner. She handles hundreds of calls a day, works hard, sends what she can home to help with the household, trying with everything she has to build something for herself and her family. She works in one of Jamaica's call centers. She represents thousands of Jamaicans, especially in the Montego Bay, St. Andrew, and Kingston area, whose livelihood depends on this sector. And right now, not in the future, but right now, Mr. Speaker, companies running these call centers globally are testing AI systems that do exactly what she does. Faster, cheaper. This government formed an AI task force in August 2023. Recommendations were published in 2025. UNESCO assessment completed in April of this year. And they are now, as of this sitting, beginning to draft a national AI policy. 3 years and Jamaica still has not enacted a plan. Shame. She needs a specific funded named program. Here is where you go. Here is what you learn. Here is who pays. Here is what job is waiting on the other side. Many other countries are doing this. Why can't Jamaica do this as well?
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the ways of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law do we meditate day and night. For we shall be like trees planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth our fruit in our season. Our leaves shall not wither, and whatsoever we do shall prosper. Welcome to the Colin Bell Show for this another Monday. No, today's not Monday. My apologies for this another Tuesday. I tell you something. I am laughing, you know. Really, really laughing. Because we've been saying to you all that the government of Jamaica does not care about the people of our country. And when we say it, you hear people say we're biased, and it's because we are PNP why we say these things. No, Jesus Christ. Me not bleed your name in vain, Almighty God. But wanna tell me something. The government of Jamaica, decided to give taxi operators the raise that they had promised them for over 3 years. Give them the raise today. But Jesus Christ. Are you saying to me that these people were thinking about the Jamaican people when they do this? Raise the fear the same goddamn day? People got work this morning. Children go to school this morning, and to come home this evening is a new fear? May God Almighty. What rubbish? Hey. No. Listen this.
Are paying more to travel this afternoon as the government has finally implemented the long-delayed 16% increase in public passenger vehicle fares. Transport Minister Darrell Vaz made the announcement at a press conference this morning. More from MAGNITSKY Robinson.
I hereby announce that Cabinet has approved a 16% fare increase for PPV operators. It will be effective today, June 2nd.
That announcement by Transport Minister Darrell Vaz, which moves the long-delayed fare adjustment into gear, making the journey home for commuters more expensive. The 16% increase is being phased in, with the first 8% taking effect today. The remaining 8% will take effect July 1. Transport operators have long been waiting for the fare adjustment, which forms the second tranche of a 35% increase announced back in 2023. The Transport Minister says a phased approach was taken to cushion the effects of inflation on commuters' pockets.
It is simply to manage the inflationary impact. 16% in any 1 month will be a big spiral for that particular month. So it really is only trying to balance and manage the situation as best as possible.
So what does that mean for passengers today?
June adjustments show that the route taxi fare between St. Anne and Orchard would increase from $200 to $220, while the fare between Eltham Park and Spanish Town would move from $160 to $170. For rural stage carriage services, the Orchard to Kingston fare would increase $560 to $610, and the Mandeville to Maypen fare would rise from $290 to $310.
And when July comes,
the St. Anne's Bay to Orchard route taxi fare would increase from $220 to $240, while the Eltham Park to Spanish Town fare would rise from $170 to $190. The rural stage carriage fare between Orchard and Kingston would increase from $610 to $660. Mandeville to Maypen fare would move from $310 to $330.
Transport Minister Darrell Vaz. But while the adjustment has been welcomed by transport groups, President of the Transport Operators Development Sustainable Services, Echton Newman, has taken issue with the phased nature and immediacy of the implementation.
I'm just wondering, your technicians who put this together, if they could not consider the announcement made today for the fare increase another day. Because the man who takes a passenger from Harvard Tree to Papine up, hearing this somewhere will charge a different fare coming back down because it's effective today.
Todd's President Edgerton Newman. In response, Minister Vaz says the decision was taken by Cabinet after careful consideration. MAGNITSKY Robinson, Radio Jamaica News.
In the meantime, Minister...
No. I don't really believe that. Why, at a worst case scenario, why couldn't the government say effective tomorrow? Effective today? No, something wrong with these people. These people are drinking rum. They're smoking rum. They're not drinking it. The government is drunk under power. May God Almighty. Me never.
That's why Michael Phillips came out and him say I'm going to seek legal advice. I read the article. There's just so much going on and so much content that it's like I record them, but to put out all of them so quickly, it's hard. This morning I was doing some. I wanted to put out 2 more before I go to my bed and I drop asleep. I'm tired. And you know, it everything works out for a reason because here we are. And I'm live right now on Bolo TBV. And I'm gonna be, you know, covering the parliament that should start at 2. But it's really these people don't consider people. They don't have no empathy. The way how they operate, it's very crude and cruel and inconsiderate, and they have no empathy. Or them just bagger. Honestly,
I hear this in all my life. You give the fear raise effective today. So all who go work this morning, if we go pay a new fare to go home this evening, some people don't even know because some people don't even hear news when they're at work. So you're going to a taxi this evening.
Them very inconsiderate. What they should have done was say, listen, what's up, Juicy Lips, Reed Radcliffe, big up. What they should have done was say, listen, we're going to be raising the fare on this date effective. You don't just raise it the same day. Give the people them some time to prep themselves. You understand? I'm sure there was a few arguments with passengers and you know, the taxi men on that particular day, because some of them they would have effective the fare immediately because that's what the government said, and that would have caused potential conflict between individuals over the amount more that they should pay. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, this government has a track record of doing things backward. Right? We said that's why I looks up on the ship. It looked like that situation there with the ship of Daryl Vaz. Shook, you know, it looked like him nothing straight. You see me? The ship in the area look like it had make him discombobulated. You know? Because I feel like say some people, not only him, I feel like some people feel like say, boy, at any given time they can get snatched up, you know, man. Jamaica, the ship we're docking, you know. If USA have any intention of scooping up some politician and some people in a JCF and JDF that might be corrupt on any level, them afraid, you know. Them afraid. You think them not afraid? Fraudulent documents on the rise. I'm not tell you, Mr. Radcliffe, a beer skullduggery all over the place. All in the FLA. Mighty God. The allegations are dangerous. Let's continue.
And if you fear to the driver, and the driver said, no, $20 more. I said, that might all cause war this evening. What is wrong with these idiots running the country? Michael Phillips said something about it.
And I first me I listen to this.
The opposition said something.
Michael Phillips.
I first me I listen to this. I first me I listen to this program from Colin Bell. And you see me stop here and see what me say. and him come say the same thing. First, me I listen to Jamaica, I'm telling you.
Reacting to the two-phased fare increase, says the announcement proves that there is no transport policy guiding the government's decision. He also described the move as highly unusual and extremely disrespectful for commuters.
A new fare was announced to take immediate effect, yet the Transport Authority was never notified and no new fare table was gazetted. How does any government implement a fare increase without first telling the public what those fares actually are? This has simply never happened before in the history of public passenger vehicle services in Jamaica. Commuters, including our children, were asked to pay one fare to work and school and a higher fare to come home. That is unacceptable. I intend to seek legal advice regarding the unusual implementation that took place today.
Todd's President Edgerton Newman and Dion Schatz, President of the St. James Taxi Association, have confirmed that they have yet to receive a breakdown of the new fare table. Managing Director of the Transport Authority, Ralston Smith, says a public notice with the new fare table will be published later today. Meanwhile, Mr. Phillips is also calling for an impact assessment of the Cabinet decision.
I'm also calling on the government to conduct and publish an impact assessment of these new fares on travel costs across both the Kingston Metropolitan Transport Region and rural operations. Crawling fare increase brings only hardship, not only to the commuting public, but also to operators. Jamaicans deserve better.
Opposition spokesperson on transport, Miguel Phillips.
I don't know what can go so. What can really go so? No, share up the live for me. Share up the live, everybody. I just get irate about this. So I beg you to know, share up the live and give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up. Please and thanks. You raise the fear today. Effective today. And when we tell people that the government led by Andrew Michael Holness doesn't care about the people, somehow want to take it like joke. Hold on for me, caller. It's not a joke. The government is uncaring. The government lack critical thinking.
But listen me. Big up the government. Respect. But you see me? The truth is just the truth. I have to respect it. Our country now run right. Our country now run right. All who believe me, Bossa Blanc say blow!
Needs help. But you see, when you think the government of Jamaica needs help, but you see, when you think you know it all, that's where the problem is.
Pride come before the
fall. None of us is a reservoir of all knowledge. The government needs help in what they are doing. You can't raise fear today and make it effective the same day. You have to give people a little time. And then the next thing will make no sense to me. You're giving 8% effective today, the 2nd of June, and you're going to give an next 8% effective the 1st of July. Why you not just wait? Why you not just wait until the 1st of July for basically give the fare increase? Something wrong with this government. Something is wrong with these people leading the government. We have a call on the line. Caller, good evening.
Afternoon, Shaka. Am I hearing right, or is it a joke? Is it a joke for the day? Announcing a fare increase and implementing it the same day?
That is no joke, my brother. No joke.
No, man, this is...
You know, hear me play... You know, hear me play RJR News.
I I heard the clip. I heard the clip from our news.
Yes.
But it is a clear indication, Shaka, that the government is not in touch with the reality as to what is going on underground. Because I am of the belief that they could have at least say, boy, give it until the weekend, raise it on Monday
morning.
Or better
Monday
yet,
morning, I come.
Wait, yes, and give people some time to at least, because some persons they budget their fare for the weekend. They have to go back now.
But hold on.
They have to go back now and keep in their pockets.
Carla, yes. I give my child our bus fare or his bus fare to go to school. And let's say me pick me, I get lunch at school. So all me could afford is the square bus fare. Me gonna work on my farm. Me not no radio. And me not listen to no phone. And me dep on my farm at work. And my picnic board the taxi this evening and the taxi driver asks for $20 more. Where me picnic I'll get it from? Where that time go and get it from?
That's a very good question.
You leave the children at the mercy of the taxi men who you cuss, who the government cuss from time to time.
You know, Shaka is making a great point now, because people are living on mouth right now, ladies and gentlemen. And you put me dead fare and you dead lunch money a lot of times. So it's like, man, you know. And the parliament not start yet. I still wait for it to start. I have my phone. At least, as I said, it's waiting in the background. As soon as it starts, you're going to hear it. And then we're going to go to the parliament. But, yeah, man, them don't have no consideration, Bridget. The people need time. Everything raised up with inflation up, gas prices up, food up. People are living at a hand to mouth. The majority of us from before Hurricane Melissa. After Hurricane Melissa, that has gotten worse. And then the war in Iran. Good afternoon, Audie. You know you're doing, sweetie. So come on. You know, it's like they are so wealthy and they have so much money that they just don't get it anymore. Or they didn't get it all together because they were always wealthy. Like a Daryl Vaz. Right? They don't understand poor people's plight. They don't understand it. Because they have such abundance. Yes? It's a damn shame.
You leave the children at their mercy this evening.
Yeah. And although it's just $20 not calling, a lot of persons, it is going to affect them. You know. Some persons might even can't send their children to school or even can't go to work tomorrow. $20 might sound like a little, but some persons they budget the money for the entire month and they don't have.
But hold on. It's not just $20.
But
it is $20 each way.
Boss.
Each way.
And taxi man, them now go charge not $20. If you know, they might put on the 20, but rest assured some of them going to say 50.
30.
It's $50 go on.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, man, I think the timing is wrong, and I think the announcement, I think
religion or political opinions. Before we go, here are a few more interesting things about Jamaica's constitution. It's divided into chapters. Chapter 1 explains the meaning of terms and ideas expressed and makes clear that the Constitution is the supreme law of Jamaica and that all other laws are secondary to it and depend upon it. It is stated, quote, "If any other law is inconsistent with this Constitution shall prevail, and the other law shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void." End quote. Under Chapter 5 of the Constitution, Parliament is given power to make laws for peace, order, and good government of Jamaica. Chapter 6 speaks to the executive powers. These include that of the Prime Minister,
yeah, my people, big up on yourself for the share up the life now. Please, with 10 people,
Chapter
I make
7
them know
explains
say
the judicature.
Parliament over
This
here,
is a
so
network
and
of
a link,
courts ranging
alright?
from petty
Bless up,
sessions
big up
of
yourself,
the Court
Lady
of
J
Appeal
Love.
and
Blessings,
even
blessings,
beyond
blessings.
to
That
the
is-
Judicial Committee of the Privy Council in London, which is the highest court. That will change in the near future when Jamaica becomes a republic. Stay with us. The proceedings will begin in a few moments.
Mark your calendars so you can know when to watch the PBCJ Kiwani's Little B spelling competition. Spell off rounds on May 23 and May 30. Watch as our youngest spelling stars battle it out in exciting rounds. Meet the past winners on June 6th. Get inspired by 3 incredible champions who have conquered the competition. The grand finale will be on June 13. See who takes home the title in this thrilling finale. Missed it? No worries. The rebroadcast is on June 14. Catch the replay on PBCJ, the People's Station. The action is right here on PBCJ. Tune in and be part of the excitement as tiny tots spell their way to greatness with the PBCJ Kiwani's Little B spelling competition.
Hey, I'm Abijah, the Roots Man. Today, I want to talk to you about something powerful. Peace. Peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It's about kindness, understanding, and respect. It starts with us. Every choice we make can build bridges or burn them. Let's choose peace in our words, our action, and our hearts. Peace begins with you. Together, we can create a brighter and safer future for everyone. Join me. Let's be that change we want to see.
Once upon a time in a Caribbean island known for its rich culture and natural beauty, lived a group of people who were buried in piles and piles and more piles of paper. Papers spanning back to the start of time. Then came a bright idea, harnessing technology to work smarter and not harder. The government of Jamaica is improving its operations to serve citizens better. Many services are now available online, and there's more to come. The government of Jamaica, building a better public sector for all.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold a portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you, thanks to the government's new social housing program specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica. The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. Get that in at the table on the side or the back. You fi check out the servings, just do the maths. Not taking too much, finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. Get that in at the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats by percent. And listen upon the right track. You for zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side of the back. Vitamins, minerals, and vitamin 20% and more that good for you. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake, and less fat. You for zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and Japan.
The following is brought to you by MOCA, the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency with kind support of NIA and USAID.
Criminal minds think they are cunning. The major organized crime and anti-corruption agency have them running. Your friend a shout, come scam. Take time running, because we ready for the ops. Drive up on your block, step out now we block. Cyber take about your laptop, pull up every lock, no evidence a drop. We put it in a cuffs and now we have the underground. Sin you say scam, you better look out for. When you move corrupt, better look out for. They say you get wet, look out for. Look out for, look out for. From you say scam, you better look out for. When you move corrupt, better look out for. They say you get wet, look out for. Look out for, look out for.
The proceeding was brought to you by MOCA, the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency with the kind support of NIA and USAID.
MOCA! MOCA!
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means how your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are fair accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you, thanks to the government's new social housing program specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica. The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
What can a little germs do?
Pink eye running belly, even flu. Germs can make them happen to you.
Put germs on our manners with these. Cover your mouth when you cough and sneeze. Always wash your hand with water and soap. Keep dirty hands from your eyes and your nose and your mouth. You don't want to be sick, take care, practice every day. from the Ministry of Health.
Speeding kills. Obey the speed limit. A message from the Road Safety Unit in the Ministry of Transport and Mining.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. You fi check out the servings, just do the maths. Not taking too much, finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats. 5% or less in the on the right track. You fi zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. You fi zoom in, check the nutrition facts. You fi zoom in, check the nutrition facts. You fi zoom in, check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake and less fat. You fi zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and JAPNET.
Each year, the Jamaican Parliament approves billions in tax dollars to buy goods and services for Jamaicans. Awarding contracts to private companies to provide public goods and services is called public procurement, and it is a major hotspot for corruption. Can citizens spot the red flags in public procurement and help the government protect our taxes? Yes, they can, and here are 6 to watch for. Direct contracting. When contracts are frequently awarded to one supplier without other companies competing to offer a better price and quality, we usually end up paying more and getting less. Contract splintering. Big projects need big money and higher level approvals. But if the contract is cut up into smaller ones, it won't need external approval from offices like the Public Procurement Commission or Cabinet. This makes it easier for contracts to avoid additional scrutiny. Timing of advertisements. Contracts advertised during distracting periods like the holidays can result in less competition and a really strong advantage for the favored company. Like Christmas time, work slows down and companies are less attentive to business opportunities. Emergency contracting. Claiming emergencies allows officials to legally bypass normal procurement rules, making it easier to award contracts to favored companies. Contract timing. Contracts awarded just before or after election can be payback for campaign support and not based on what Jamaicans really need. Collusion. And what if penalties are not enforced when work is poorly done? This could be a contractor and public official working together for private benefit. And if it is, this is collusion. These flags do not prove corruption, but they trigger questions that citizens must ask. So mind your business, Jamaica. Visit the JAMP procurement tracker to monitor government contracts. If you spot these flags, use our ATI tool to ask questions and demand accountability.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you. Obey the road code. Pay your ticket on time. And only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Na 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 na. We want a piece for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life, while we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
Yo, babes, why me I call you so much time and I not get you? Sorry me lick you again yesterday. Yo, me know me mess up, but I can't wear them something there road and I expect me to react. I know me jealous and fool and easy to lose my temper, but call me back here.
Still not get tired.
Hey, girl, think me have to call your phone? You know who you deal with? You think I want to lick me again next time? Eh?
It doesn't have to be this way. You can leave an abusive relationship. Just call 876-553-0372. We will help you.
Hey, just a reminder, your mental health is just as important as your physical health. If you're feeling overwhelmed, try talking to a trusted friend or family member. You don't have to go through it alone. Sometimes sharing your feelings can make a big difference.
I wonder who that somebody be. No, sir. Let me look for my glasses. Oh, that's somebody look like right, sir. It's Lottie, walk on. Me glad for see you, right? Although things never go on for you, America, me glad say you there. Yes. Lift your head high. Yes. Stay out of trouble. Yes. And you can have a fresh start back home.
All right, Mr. P. Thanks, you hear?
Let's all work together for a fresh start back home.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Motorists, certificates of fitness are now digital. Here's how it works. First, make your payment at TAJ inline or online. Then, take your receipt along with your vehicle to an Island Traffic Authority service hub for physical inspection. A valid email address is required to receive your digital fitness. Once the inspection is complete, your certificate number will be sent directly to your email. To access your digital certificate, visit cgds.gov.jm/fitness, enter your certificate number and the chassis number, and view your certificate online. New validity periods are here. New vehicles, 5 years. Vehicles 10 years or less, 3 years. And those older than 10, 1 year. No more paper certificates. Just secure, digital access, anytime, anywhere. For more information, connect with us via email at info@ita.gov.jm or on social media at Island Traffic Authority.
Today, we can report 2 consecutive years of reduction in major crimes and murders, with a significant reduction of almost 20% in murders for 2024.
Between January 2022 and January 2025, we have reduced murders by 51%, and January 2025 had the lowest monthly murder count since September 2014.
Our efforts have also resulted in the reduction of active gangs by 50%. We continue to increase firearm seizures, and in more communities, we are experiencing less violence. We will realize our vision of Jamaica as the place of choice to live, work, do business, raise families, and retire in peace and prosperity.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Give yourself a fighting chance. Wear an approved helmet. A message from the Road Safety Unit in the Ministry of Transport and Mining.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
When the storm rages and the world feels shaken, remember, our strength lies in unity. It's in coming together, sharing hope, and standing shoulder to shoulder that we find resilience. Every act of kindness, every word of encouragement builds a brighter tomorrow. We are stronger as one. Our courage, compassion, and hope will light the way forward. Together we rise. Together we rebuild, because hope is never lost when we stand united, because we are stronger together.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it said, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe, and if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file their declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Hi everyone, here are 5 benefits of being a beneficiary of the Students' Loan Bureau. 1. Benefit from our 99% approval rate. 2. Benefit from our low interest rate, so less burden when you need to repay. 3. Benefit from the fact that we require no collateral when applying. 4. We're giving you more time to focus on your studies while we focus on the financing. No need to worry about repaying while in school. Number 5. Receive a 14 months grace period after your graduation date before you enter repayment. Don't forget to follow us on all SLB platforms for more SLB info.
When the storm rages and the world feels shaken, remember our strength lies in unity. It's in coming together, sharing hope, and standing shoulder to shoulder that we find resilience. Every act of kindness, every word of encouragement builds a brighter tomorrow. We are stronger as one. Our courage, compassion, and hope will light the way forward. Together we rise. Together we rebuild, because hope is never lost when we stand united, because we are stronger together.
Hey, I'm Abijah, the Rootsman. Today, I want to talk to you about something powerful. Peace. Peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It's about kindness, understanding, and respect. It starts with us. Every choice we make can build bridges or burn them. Let's choose peace in our words, our action, and our hearts. Peace begins with you. Together, we can create a brighter and safer future for everyone. Join me. Let's be that change we want to see.
Peace is a choice we make every day. When we come together with love and understanding, we create a future free of violence and fear. Let's stand united, build bridges, and nurture hope for our children and our communities.
Every year, the Jamaican Parliament approves billions of our taxes to be spent on goods and services provided by the private sector. Everything from pens to power plants, cleaning services to construction are obtained through a process called public procurement. But who funds this process? Citizens do. And we want our taxes to be spent wisely. When we talk about public procurement, there's a critical concept called value for money. We hear it in the Parliament all the time, but what does it really mean? Some think value for money means choosing the cheapest option, but it's more than that. For example, a community needs a new bridge, and the government receives bids from 3 companies. Company A offers to build it for $10 million in 18 months with a 50-year lifespan. Company B wants $12 million to finish in 12 months with a 75-year lifespan. Company C asks for $8 million, needs 24 months with a 25-year lifespan. Company B actually offers the best value for money. To determine that, we look for 4 crucial factors: economy, efficiency, effectiveness, and equity. Let's explore what each means. For economy, we must look beyond the upfront price and consider the full lifetime costs to maintain the bridge. Cheaper options could lead to frequent and expensive repairs. We get efficiency if the bridge is built within budget and on time, with no waste of materials. To achieve this, we need the best team, and clear criteria helps the government to pick the best proposal. Effectiveness looks at whether the government achieves its goal. This could require a community needs assessment to ensure the bridge will reduce transport costs and travel time, withstand the annual flooding with little disturbance to plant and animal life. Finally, equity. This is about fairness, satisfying the different needs of the community. The bridge design considers not just cars and pedestrians, but is sensitive to the needs of the elderly, the disabled community, and children. So when we're talking about value for money, don't just ask how much it did cost. Ask, what are we truly getting for our money? The cheapest option today can become the most expensive mistake tomorrow. So from now on, let's ask the right questions for Jamaica land we love. Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well.
Justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. This Honorable House resumes its sitting. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark. Here. Mr. Green. Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Miss Morrison, Miss Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Miss Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Miss Hamilton, Mr. Steve Wright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Miss Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Miss Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Miss Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Vaz, and Mr. Warmington. Ambassador Marks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks. Today we resume the sitting of the House of Representatives, it being Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026. We will continue the sectorial debate and we'll have presentations from the Minister of Local Government and Community Development, who is the Member of Parliament for Kingston West, Honourable Desmond McKenzie, the Member of Parliament for Manchester South, Mr. Peter Bunting, and finally, the Member of Parliament for St. Elizabeth North East, Ms. Zulika Jess. I wish to extend a special welcome to the constituents in the gallery from the constituencies represented by all three Members of Parliament presenting today. I trust that you will all find today's proceedings enjoyable and informative, and remind you not to clap, make loud comments, or engage in any way that would disturb the proceedings in the chamber. I would also like to welcome PBCJ, all the various traditional and social media platforms as we enjoy today's sitting. House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to welcome those in the House as well as those in the gallery. Madam Speaker, I'm asking that we suspend the items of public business in order for us to take the sectoral debate which we want to resume at this time. Thank you.
Question is that we suspend the items on the agenda and move directly to public business. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the sectoral debate continues today, and we have three members who will be making their presentations today. The first will be the Minister of Local Government and Community Development and the Member of Parliament for Kingston Western, the Honourable Desmond McKenzie. And then we will have the Member of Parliament for Manchester Southern, Mr. Peter Bunting, who will be followed by the Member of Parliament for St. Elizabeth North Eastern, Ms. Zulika Jess. We now ask that Minister McKenzie makes his presentation in this sectoral debate.
Minister McKenzie, Minister of Local Government and Community Development, has risen to his feet. Please make him welcome.
Madam Speaker, I am making my contribution to this year's sectorial debate with a tremendous sense of commitment and confidence. I feel this way for a number of reasons. I feel confident because for the 11th year running, my leader and Prime Minister and Chairman of Cabinet, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, has invested his trust in me to elevate the contribution of local government to national development. I feel confident because of the unshakable love and loyalty of my family, who continue to love me unconditionally throughout all the highs and the lows of public life. I am sure, more than sure, pretty confident that I can go home to my family and enjoy the comfort of home. And I want to thank them for allowing me the opportunity to serve. I am confident, Madam Speaker, in the extended family of the people of West Kingston, who have nurtured and supported me from my tender age as a youth. You have trusted me to represent you as a councillor for over 34 years, Madam Speaker, and as Member of Parliament for the last 14 and a half years. I would like this Honourable House to record my gratitude, Madam Speaker, to the great constituency of West Kingston, Madam Speaker. To my permanent secretary and the wonderful team of the Ministry of Local Government, I want to thank them for their support over the many years. To my personal staff in the ministry, my close protection officer, and all the persons, Madam Speaker, who have allowed me to do the things that I'm doing. I want to thank them for their continued success, and I hope we will continue on this path as we build back Jamaica bigger, better, and stronger. Let me, Madam Speaker, express my great concern about some of the disdainful and distasteful and frankly arrogant attitude to your leadership that I have observed inside and outside this Parliament. It is all more concerning because one have not been able to point out in any credible way any failures on your part to execute the rules of the House or any abuse of your authority. We on this side, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure there are other members, who have a proud tradition of, of promoting talented and hard-working nation-building women to office of great responsibility in public life. I go back to the late Honorable Jeanette Grant Woodham, who was the first President of the Senate appointed in 1984. I also can recall the appointment of the Honorable Marissa Dalrymple Filbert, who was elected twice to serve as Speaker of this House. However, we have a strong female leaning on leadership on this side. But on the other side, Madam Speaker, when I went to the Senate in 2002, the then President was Syringa Marshall Burnett. At that time, no political differences pointed to any level of disrespect. The same is true during the tenure of Violet Nielsen. I never had the opportunity. But let me say, Madam Speaker, there is no basis for the verbal attack that has been launched against you, Madam Speaker. I am calling for this to stop, Madam Speaker. We as legislators will sometime call for your protection. I believe that we should also protect you and your office from the unwarranted remarks. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I know that your heart is true and your resolve is strong. No weapon formed against you will prosper, Madam Speaker. Today I feel a tremendous sense of public commitment. For the second time in 10 years, Jamaica is experiencing life in uncharted waters. The first unprecedented experience was the global pandemic of COVID-19. The second experience, which we are still emerging from, is the iron category Hurricane Melissa. This administration led Jamaica into recovering strong from COVID-19. And we are fully confident that we will continue to have the support of the Jamaican people. We will achieve the current objective of national reconstruction, which is now underway. We recognize that Melissa has redefined the role of government and expectations of its citizens. According, Madam Speaker, my presentation will focus on the projects and programs that the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development is doing to facilitate and to speed up the expansion of the new Jamaica that is now under construction. I have also tabled today in this honorable house the performance of the Ministry of Local Government, which is tabled, that members can see the success of the ministry over the last financial year. The Most Honorable Prime Minister has defined the period of restoration after Melissa as the reconstruction phase. In this context, the role of the ministries, agencies, and local authorities in the development approval process has taken on even greater value. Between January and September 2025, in the first 9 months before Melissa hit Jamaica, there was significant construction activities as well as an impressive number of building applications. Over 3,764 applications were submitted, representing an 11% increase in the number of applications received. Those applications were at a value of $46.1 billion, which is an increase in the investment value compared to the same period in 2024. Just as importantly, 81% of those applications were approved within the benchmark period of 90 days. And for the same period, the numbers of approval given was valued at $164.2 billion Jamaican dollars, Madam Speaker. Pre-Melissa figure not only demonstrate critical expansion of the built environment when compared to the development application and approval figures after Melissa. They stand as an important testament to the hard work of the local authorities and agencies, such as the Jamaica Fire Brigade, to push the country through a recovery phase into reconstruction phase. Despite the loss and damage to municipal buildings in at least 4 parishes, the approval rates have only marginally affected, with 78% of post-Hurricane Melissa application being approved in the 90 days timeline, Madam Speaker, which I think is tremendous based on the circumstances. Between January and March this year, 137 applications valued at $68.8 billion was submitted. This is highly encouraging and positive news. The records show that this number of applications exceed the total application received for all quarters dating back to April-June quarter of 2023. This level of activity shows that the people are working quickly to rebuild critically. Also, it has been shown, Madam Speaker, that more people are applying for building permits to ensure that structural integrity of their projects. The most significant increase of 11% was in building applications for small residential development under 300 square meters in size. This signals strong activity to rebuild houses, small businesses, factories. 71% of the applications were approved within 90 days, and the investment value of these approvals stand at $36.1 billion, Madam Speaker, local government at work. The continued pace of development approval process is critical to the success of the reconstruction phase. This process is also tied to the duties of the municipal corporation as the local building authorities to improve enforcement of building standards through the building code, which will be rolled out in this financial year. A critical feature of the new building code is that buildings are to be constructed to withstand Category 5 hurricanes.
Still waiting for your dream to come true? Maybe it's a tropical island, or hot sands of a mysterious desert, or maybe you dream of dinner in a cozy restaurant in Paris, or the exotic beauty of Southeast Asia. This is the time for action. All you need is a smartphone with which you can book a bus ticket that will take you where you need to go. You can book a seat on the train that will help you get to the next destination of your journey, or buy a plane ticket that gets you to any place in the world quickly and comfortably. And finally, you can book a ferry ticket that will take you to your dream island paradise in the middle of the ocean. Don't wait. Make your dream come true today, because it's really that easy. Visit 12go.asia.
Penalties for illegal construction, especially in high-risk zones, Madam Speaker. In respect, Madam Speaker, the enforcement capacity of the local authorities will be strengthened as the Ministry of Finance has given approval for the established structure of the municipal corporation, which will facilitate the employment of more building officers to strengthen their ability to monitor and to ensure that there is compliance. I want to emphasize that the reconstruction phase is not designed to restore what has been lost. It is to replace infrastructure with vastly modern, climate-smart structures that can dramatically improve the lives of every citizen. However, there is also the question of the responsibility of the local authorities and the fact that our national and local elected representatives, as well as the general public, must understand that this is not business as usual. And the practice where we build anywhere we feel, how we feel to build. Melissa have said to us that those days are over, and we must wake to the reality that we cannot and we should not continue to practice this level of building, because we will pay the price, and this government is not prepared to allow it to continue any longer. I am therefore calling for practical and courageous and consensus amongst all concerns as we work towards changing living standards through the built environment. And I think this is a call that should be echoed by all Jamaicans to protect investment at any cost. The role of the National Solid Waste Management Authority in moving Jamaica from recovery to reconstruction phase has been essential. This agency was active on the ground immediately after the passage of the hurricane and was one of the first points of clearing towns, centers, roads, pathways, freeing marooned communities through the National Cleanup Program. I want to pay special tribute to the workers of the National Solid Waste Management Authority, whom had their homes damaged by the hurricane, who turned out. And I want to thank the Ministry of Health and the leadership of the agency for providing counseling for those workers. In the rush to deal with the disaster, we sometimes forget the mental health impact on our frontline workers, on the sound and the smell of destruction and the death of nearly 50 of our fellow Jamaicans in the 5 worst hit parishes. Madam Speaker, these workers, while they were there, many of their homes were destroyed, and we want to salute them, and we will continue to offer the counseling that they need to get them through difficult period. The hurricane deposited over 4.8 million tons of debris across the southwestern part of the island alone. That is approximately 480,000 truckload of construction waste and household vegetation. 500 million was provided for the first phase of the National Cleanup Program. And within 2 months following the hurricane, by December 25, over 27,000 loads of debris was cleared. Another $1 billion was provided to finance phase 2 of the program, which ran from January to April of this year. Over 21,000 truckloads of debris was removed during this phase, amounting to a total of over 48,000 truckloads of waste removed. This intense program is still being implemented, Madam Speaker. And the 10 tipper trucks that the government purchased and put into service in December has been critical in clearing the debris in the 5 worst affected parishes by Melissa, and it has allowed the agency to use its regular fleet to do the regular job of garbage collection. So, Madam Speaker, the agency is working. They have learned lessons from Melissa and will put in place necessary steps to ensure that they can respond greater if and when we are confronted by a national disaster of the magnitude of Melissa. They continue to clear the backlog across the country this year. Additional work include repairs to 80 trucks will be done to shorten the waste collection schedule. The island is divided into 4,275 collection districts, and the intention is to ensure that the regular waste collection is done every 7 to 10 days right across the country. This is in addition to specific project to collect 8,000 tons of bulky waste. In all of this, I am making a special appeal to our citizens to practice what the National Solid Waste Management is saying in terms of educating Jamaica in their daily life. Jamaica's beauty is our duty. The agency is targeting to collect 1.2 million tons of waste this year. It will be far easier to achieve this goal if illegal dumping and the throwing of garbage into our streets and our gullies are significantly reduced. And let me say this, I heard a member last week speaking about increasing the fines and doing all that is necessary. Yes, that is good. But the country needs to have a social call on the state of how we are disposing of garbage. And I'm using this presentation today to ask us to put aside our political differences and let us unite and campaign in making Jamaica a cleaner and a better country. Because if you on that side eventually by 2040 become the government, 2040, you will still have the garbage problems. We need to unite on this one. And I call on members, not just in the political arena, but right across Jamaica, for this consciousness of mind, for us to deal with the question of littering. Last year alone, the agency served over 2,000 anti-litter tickets. Over 9,000 removals were issued. It's a problem that we have, and it's a problem that we must deal with. And that is why the NSWMA has a special education program in this financial year at a cost of over $200 million that will be used to sensitize the country as it relates to our garbage problems. And I am hoping that we will get the buy-in of every member of this House. Madam Speaker, one of the flagship of this government is our social protection program. I spoke earlier about the selfish service that our first respondent has provided through Melissa and after. To this category of special people, I must add the Board of Supervision, the matrons, the staff, the poor relief officers and the inspectors who manage our infirmaries and golden age homes across the country. They put their personal worries aside and focus on the vulnerable citizens. Whenever residents are relocated to shelters or in place that they have to be cared for, I can say proudly that those persons who work in our infirmaries and golden age home has done a great job in protecting those who are under their care. And I think the country should acknowledge and appreciate the work of our workers in the infirmaries and our golden age home. And it is fair to say that during the passage of Melissa, not one residence in our infirmary or Golden Age home sustained any injury during the passage of the hurricane. And I think that is something that we should be proud of. And during COVID-19, and I want to repeat it, none of our homes and infirmaries experienced any deaths during the COVID pandemic. And that is an outstanding achievement for a small country like Jamaica. So, Madam Speaker, we continue to put in the work within our infirmaries and to strengthen them and to make them a place that people will feel comfortable. We got approval to build 2 brand new infirmaries. The one in Trelawney was destroyed, and the one in St. Elizabeth is at a stage now where it is not possible based on the various issues. So we'll be building 2 infirmaries, 2 brand new infirmaries, one in Trelawney and one in St. Elizabeth, and then we'll be moving to build a 3rd one in the parish of St. Anne. That is the temporary location that will be housing the Trelawney Infirmary until we have constructed the new infirmary. This is our government at work taking care of the poor and destitute. Madam Speaker, we have also provided financial support to undertake works at the St. Elizabeth, Hanover, and Westmoreland Infirmary at a cost of $54 million. And to this point in time, Madam Speaker, we are doing as best as we can to ensure that we provide a safe place for these persons in our infirmaries. We have done upgrade work on the wards at the St. Thomas Infirmary. A new matron quarters was built in Hanover. A state-of-the-art kitchen and dining area was constructed at the St. James Infirmary to enhance meal services. Those works were carried out at a combined cost of $44.9 million. And the St. Catherine Infirmary, we opened a brand new therapeutic park and other facilities was built to enhance the quality of life of the residents. And I want to announce that this year, a new wing will be built at the Spanish Town Infirmary at a cost of 70 million Jamaican dollars. Work on building out the network of concrete indigent housing was curtailed by the hurricane. This year, we are providing $160 million to continue to build houses of quality and class for the infirmary. Never before in the history of Jamaica have we seen indigent houses of the quality like what this administration has built. The issue of our social cases at our hospitals has been a long-standing one. And this year a special effort will be made to address it in partnership with the Ministry of Health and Wellness. $200 million will be spent to increase the capacity in our care facility to free up bed space for the people with medical needs. I now turn to the matter of the homeless, which has taken a new meaning in the context of Hurricane Melissa. The Board of Supervision, in partnership with the SDC, completed a national survey on homelessness. In the last quarter of 2025, the findings that was provided, 2,261 persons were found to be homeless. 52.5% of that number is located here in the corporate area. This is very sad, Madam Speaker. And let me say this. It is not Jamaica alone, and I want to give some figures to show with a global pattern of homelessness especially in urban centers. Homelessness is rising in countries across the world, whether they are classified as developed, underdeveloped, or developing countries. UN Habitat Report of 2026 indicates that there are 318 million homeless people living across the globe. The World Population Review on Homelessness shows that it has grown significantly in Latin America and the Caribbean, affecting an estimated 8 million people. It has grown by 125% in North America, affecting 1.7 million people. More than 1.2 million people are homeless in Western Europe. Asia is estimated to have over 80 million homeless people. On the African continent, it is estimated that there are about 54 million homeless people. Here in Jamaica, Madam Speaker, this administration continues to take measures to take care of our homeless citizens. Over the last decade, we have been building a growing number of drop-in shelters, night shelters, transitional shelters, to give the vulnerable Jamaicans security, space where they can shelter, where we provide nutritious food, medical care, and we also, Madam Speaker, in our shelters, provide employment for those who can work. And there are a number of persons who have been employed by the KSMAC, by the St. James Municipal Corporation. These are homeless people that we are taking care of. We're not only putting a roof over their head, but we are making them into worthwhile Jamaicans. Phase 2 of the Desmond Mackenzie Transitional Center for the Homeless was completed in the last financial year. A total capacity of 80 homeless persons can now be accommodated at the new wing. The extension of the St. Thomas Night Shelter was completed at a cost of $12 million. The Member of Parliament was there. The Portland Drop-In Center Night Shelter was completed at a cost of $55 million. The new Member of Parliament, I guess, must have visited and see the work of the Andrew Holness administration. This year, the former mayor of Kingston and the longest serving female mayor in this region, Mary Atkins, will be spending $55 million to renovate the Mary Atkins shelter in downtown Kingston for the homeless population. As we build more infrastructure, our homeless population, Madam Speaker, will be protected. I appeal for a greater sense of compassion and civic concern. I am disturbed by the latest incident of violence against homeless people. The last major one was in St. Mary some 2 months ago when a homeless man was stabbed and had to be rushed to the Kingston Hospital. Let me say to my fellow Jamaicans, let us have compassion and care for these people. They are fellow Jamaicans just like all of us. This House will recall that last year I indicated that Cabinet approved His Excellency the Governor General would be asked to declare May 20th of each year a National Day of Remembrance for victims of the Evening Tide Home fire. It was a commitment I made to this House. And the first official service to mark that ugly event took place under 2 weeks ago at the National Heroes Park, where 26 coffins bearing the remains of 157 women who perished in the fire were interred. we preserve their memory. This incident was a stain on the pages of our modern history in this country. And we should never, again, the public conscience of this country should rise up and ensure that this never ever happen again. And you know, Madam Speaker, I don't want to get political, but when this government talk about protecting the interests of the poor and the destitute, we know what we are talking about. We have never hired dumper trucks and put street people in them and just dump them in mud lake. We have never done that. We provide facilities. We take care of these people. And we can stand proud. We can stand proud on our record of protecting the poor and the destitute in this country. Madam Speaker, the Jamaica Fire Brigade continue to reward the country, the citizens of Jamaica, for the investment that has been made, introducing cutting-edge projects to sharply improve service delivery. Vital agencies will also be affected, was also affected by Melissa. 6 fire stations was damaged. And I am pleased to announce, and I see the Mayor of Montego Bay here, that the fire station in Ironshore will be rebuilt under the reconstruction of this government. So, we, Madam Speaker, in this administration, continue to work to improve the service of the Jamaica Fire Brigade. The estimated cost to build the infrastructure and to replace lost equipment is just over $1.4 billion. I am pleased to announce that while 311 firefighters were operating in 9 parishes that were directly affected by the hurricane, no lives were lost and none of our firefighters were injured. And we thank God for that. And they carried out their duty in a very efficient way. They responded to 1,661 calls between October 28 and December 12, 2025 that were linked to Hurricane Melissa. These included 615 fire calls, 116 medical emergency calls, 864 special service calls. The special service calls range from clearing block roads, rescuing residents that are trapped in communities, delivering potable water, power washing muds and silt from town centers. Madam Speaker, our country is proud of the Jamaica Fire Brigade, and I want to thank the men and the women of the Jamaica Fire Brigade for the hard work that they have been doing and will continue to do to help to rebuild back Jamaica bigger, better, and stronger, Madam Speaker. In addition to the rehabilitation of stations and the completion of current projects, the works are far advanced to ensure that every fire station can give 24-hour service by the use of generators. 95% of our island fire stations now have generators, and we have acquired 4 more in the last financial year at a cost of $33 million, and 2 more will be installed this year, Madam Speaker. So by the end of the current financial year, all fire stations in Jamaica will be equipped. It is happening for the first time under this administration. When we came in 2016, none of our fire stations had any generator. It is this administration that has done it. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. There's also additional, there's also additional firefighters to operate fire stations. I have the pleasure, Madam Speaker, of participating last month in the graduation exercise of another 100 trainees in the third quarter of this financial year. The brigade will enhance its role in the national reconstruction phase as a major factor in the development approval process. It is working in regulating the built environment and to essentially ensure that this country will have the full service to respond to disaster such as hurricane and earthquake. Last year, the brigade inspected 11,228 buildings to ensure compliance with fire safety codes and standards. The inspection process will be one of unprecedented importance. And the reason why I say that, it is a vital component of the duties of the local authorities. They work closely with the Jamaica Fire Brigade to ensure that the Building Act as well as the Building Code are obeyed. The brigade work in the approval process includes comprehensive assessment of building plans, and the agency have reviewed over 916 plans last year. The brigade is now at a prominent part of the government's creation of a new Jamaica, where we can rely on them to ensure that the built environment, that the public becomes a part of what we are doing. The public infrastructure, and I want to say also the private infrastructure, even before the start of construction. Because we are building, I know, we are building more buildings. I want to remind the country that the input of the Jamaica Fire Brigade in the building approval process is something that we cannot bypass. Their input is important, and I want the country to be aware of that. Okay? Look, you know, I will address you shortly. You know, so Madam Speaker, I don't want to be thrown off time. So Madam Speaker, I want to say that the role of the Jamaica Fire Brigade is critical. And we are a part of the reconstruction of Jamaica, has been announced by the most honorable Prime Minister to rebuild the country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Social Development Commission continues to show great achievement. And I must say that this was one public body, one agency that never get a cent from government before. This administration was the first administration in 2016 to provide funding to the Social Development Commission to undertake its responsibility right across the country. 0% in the budget. 0 in the budget. 0 in the budget. 0 in the budget. Today, the agency has been transformed into a national organization, well programmed. The comprehensive research and expertise of the agency was critical in helping local and central government to make rapid, evidence-based decisions in the support of the national reconstruction. These include a national drainage assessment survey, temporary accommodation, in which damage assessments were done and potential sites were identified for erecting temporary accommodation. The agency conducted shelter transitional survey on children and others. In keeping with the ministry's effort to reduce the number of schools used as shelters, the SDC has completed a community center shelter review survey to ascertain the existing shelters across the country. They were also responsible in undertaking a market survey. One of the critical things that the SDC did, they conducted a comprehensive survey of the public perception on the One Road Authority. On the One Road Authority. It is interesting to note that the survey that was conducted on the One Road Authority showed that over 75% of Jamaicans, when they ask which road you want to be fixed, they want major roads and parochial roads to be fixed. 59% of Jamaicans agree with the One Road Authority. 59% of Jamaicans. I'm going to give you a copy of the survey. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the One Road Authority, will help to lift the standard. All mayors, every single mayor in Jamaica, was invited to a meeting at the Ministry of Local Government with the minister, my colleague minister. Over 4 hours, presentations were made. All of the mayors asked questions, one meeting. Yes. All the mayors were present. And let me say,
Minister Mackenzie, though you have not asked for my protection, let me caution you, using your valuable time to answer the questions from the floor, reduces your time for presentation. No. I'm giving him that time back. I love that part of the presentation. So I thank him for assisting with my opening statement. So, Minister, yes, you may take a water break and then we will recommence.
Water break.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to now move to another important aspect of the SDC's work, Madam Speaker. The SDC, Madam Speaker, has been placed in a position where the security of the workers are no guaranteed. The SDC, Madam Speaker, for decades was operating with peer contract workers. So there was no security for the workers. I am pleased to announce that under this administration, the SDC has now been given a proper structure where the job security of the workers are now secured. We are putting the SDC on a level to continue the work that it is doing through the programs to provide support in the entrepreneurial programs, providing grants, building out communities, expanding programs, and community centers included. And I know that there are members on that side, if they wish to speak the truth, can speak glowingly about the work that the SDC has been doing in their constituency. Right? So, Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize that we have strengthened the SDC and we have made it into an organization that Jamaica is proud of, and we want to support them to continue the work that they have been doing. Madam Speaker, I want now to turn to one aspect of the work that the SDC undertook, and that was the church restoration program. And I am very happy that we were able to commence the first phase in St. Elizabeth, and I'll be in Hanover on Friday for the second phase of the church restoration program. I want to conclude this presentation, Madam Speaker. The administration, no, Westmoreland is down. Westmoreland is down. The administration responding to the climatic crisis of Melissa by the reconstruction of Jamaica into a different and a far better country. That is what is before us today. The process will be strongly speed up as the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Act. We will be building back better and stronger. Madam Speaker, the local authorities have no fear about the bill that has been tabled, Madam Speaker. We are an integral part of it. We will play a critical role, Madam Speaker, in the reconstruction. I want to say to the mayors who I did not acknowledge earlier on, that your role will not be undermined in the reconstruction. So anybody telling you anything else, and mischief them and make, everybody will be a critical player in the reconstruction of Jamaica, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our markets will be built back. The center of commerce, Madam Speaker. Last year, I spoke about the Alexandria market. Work is now on its way to rebuild the Alexandria market at a cost of $50 million. Work is on its way, Madam Speaker. We've spent $70 million in refurbishing the Yallas market, the Charles Garden market in St. James, the Savlabar market in Westmoreland, the Musgrave market, and the Highgate market, and the Black River market to be given priority under the program of rebuilding, Madam Speaker. The government is living up to its commitment. Yes. On the question of the street lights, I want to indicate the special program that I announced last year was set back by the passage of Melissa. I have been given the assurance by the Jamaica Public Service Company that as soon as they have completed the restoration, they will start the installation over the next 2 financial years of the street lights that was committed last year. Right. Yeah, new and improved lights. I also want to mention, Madam Speaker, to publicly thank our shelter managers and disaster coordinators who worked so hard during Melissa. I want to express the gratitude to those persons who use our shelters. Firstly, for heeding the call and move to the safety. And for secondly, for the patience and cooperation that was the general atmosphere at all of our shelters, Madam Speaker. I know it was a stressful time. I also want to give a brief update on the accommodation being built in Shrewsbury in Westmoreland. 10 of the 16 concrete bases have been completed. Those bases are required for the completion of the houses. All the necessary things is being done to facilitate. As soon as it is completed, the houses are in the care of the Minister with responsibility for housing and economic growth and the Jamaica Defence Force. As soon as that is completed, Madam Speaker, those houses will be moved to the location, and all the persons who have been registered, who we know will occupy the new housing facilities that is provided by the government, Madam Speaker. This, Madam Speaker, will tell you that we are working diligently to ensure that we do everything that is necessary. The shelters, Madam Speaker, we are working closely with the municipal corporations and the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. An additional $60 million will be set aside to the local authorities to assist in obtaining blankets and cots and other bedding materials to make life more comfortable in our shelters. This is the first allocation that will be made as we get ready for the hurricane season that is here with us. In addition to this, we are taking a different approach to shelter management. Instead of using multiple venues,
buy 2 big soy fresh or 3 small today. Snap your
shelters in at least 3 parishes that can accommodate a large number of Jamaicans. In Westmoreland, purpose-based shelters that can be used for community facilities, netball, basketball, town hall meetings. And when the time comes, we move persons to these facilities. We're looking at the parishes of Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Anne, and we're looking also at St. Thomas to roll out in the first phase of these
I know y'all coming sometimes.
So, Madam Speaker,
but the main thing
we are
moving. Y'all gotta hit the
one of the
like
things
button,
again that we are going to be doing
and share the live stream. Come on now.
On the Prime Minister's directive.
Support.
That we must become proactive.
The like button is free.
Programs that will educate persons around the dangers, drilling exercise, and to do proper assessment. We are going to be employing 200 young Jamaicans that will be deployed to the SDC and the municipal corporation starting the 1st of July. They will work for the entire hurricane season. They will be deployed to work with disaster coordinators across the municipality in strengthening the disaster response capabilities. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that this will go a far way. So 200 young Jamaicans will benefit from this over the next 6 months, working in the areas of disaster. So the chairman of the National Disaster Risk Management Council spoke about the various things that needs to be done. And the government is fast-tracking these operations. Yesterday, I launched Operation Calm in St. Elizabeth, National Solid Waste Management Authority, to remove bulky waste from various communities. 5 parishes will benefit from Calm. 96 communities. Okay? Calm. C means clearing flood-prone areas of bulky waste. A, it's for advising the residents in these areas about their roles and responsibilities in managing waste during the hurricane season. L, leveraging the network of community leaders in flood-prone communities. And M, maintaining a presence in these communities during the hurricane season. It was launched yesterday. This is a good program. And already the people in Rocky Point supported this program tremendously. And we're moving to the parishes of Clarendon, Kingston, St. Andrew, St. James, and St. Elizabeth with the next phase of this program. We are combining government action to promote civic responsibility, community goodwill, to ensure that the people in these communities can face hurricane season with a level of confidence instead of fear and uncertainty. We are also will be implementing a special drain cleaning program. Madam Speaker, $70 million will be provided to the municipal corporation, $300,000 to each division for drain cleaning. In addition, Madam Speaker, in addition to the 2 months PRF allocation that they have that is dedicated for drain cleaning. Okay? 2 months allocation for drain cleaning. And this is in the first phase of the drain cleaning exercise, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we also will be rolling out another additional program, road program, to supplement the monthly, no, they have no name, it's a program, the monthly PRF. The monthly PRF that the MCs get. And let me say this. Every month, the municipal corporation, every month, close to 700 million is provided to the municipal corporation for road maintenance. Every month, over 700 million. This $350 million that will be provided, Madam Speaker, will supplement the work, because we know after the hurricane a lot of damage has been done, and this $350 million will be provided to assist for road patching and road maintenance right across the country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the question of water is a major problem. As we continue to manage the hurricane, the Ministry of Water and the Ministry of Local Government, we had a meeting last week at the Ministry to discuss the question of water. Shortly, we will be announcing a comprehensive water program involving the Ministry of Water and Local Government. But in the meantime, Madam Speaker, the drought is upon us, and we are going to be providing $65 million to assist St. Elizabeth, Manchester, and Portland to purchase 3 brand new water trucks to take us through this critical period. Local government is not only contributing to the national reconstruction through infrastructure, it is also doing it by historically new standards of service delivery. And Madam Speaker, I need to speak to this one because the country needs to know this one. The Jamaica Fire Brigade, Madam Speaker, will officially launch the emergency communication-based system in Waterford in St. Catherine. 24 firefighters were specially trained and graduated as emergency telecom operators in February of this year. The key feature of this is the system will alert and transmit emergency notification instantly. Madam Speaker, if you make a call within 64 seconds, that information will be transmitted instantly to the relevant fire stations, and the firefighters will be there in 60 seconds. This is a new initiative, Madam Speaker, and I am urging the country for that. So I can tell my time. Okay. This groundbreaking project is being implemented in all phases, at all fire stations across Kingston and St. Andrews. But one of the program is now active. These are the most parishes that poses problems in terms of emergency calls and are highly populated communities, Madam Speaker. The Jamaica Fire Brigade has entered a new era of professionalism, technology. The readiness is to transform the fire brigade into an organization that is contributing to the build back of Jamaica by this administration led by Dr. Andrew Holness, Prime Minister. So finally, Madam Speaker, as I close, I want to conclude the presentation, Madam Speaker, with a reflection of the book of Nehemiah. It tells the story of the rebuilding of Jerusalem wall. And I believe that this mirrors our experience here. As we rebuild Jamaica, Nehemiah chapter 1 through 4 is about the destruction of the walls surrounding Jerusalem, which is like the destruction of Melissa, with the people left exposed. Then Nehemiah led the work of inspiring the people to help to rebuild the wall. A huge project. Just as our Prime Minister continues to secure goodwill to rebuild Jamaica. Then when you read further into Nehemiah chapter 2, verse 9, it tells you about the people who try to undermine and to prevent the reconstruction work from starting.
Embarrassing. We need some milk.
Chapter 3 and 4 reveal how construction was organized. And I think about the National Resilience Authority. When you get to chapter 6, it says, a new wall of Jerusalem was built in 52 days. A historic achievement at the time. The book of Nehemiah is my biblical inspiration for what we are working to achieve. Reconstruction of Jamaica in record time that will benefit all the citizens and the wonder of the world for years to come. The administration, therefore, view the destruction of Melissa as a call to action.
Don't ever
it is a call to reconstruct.
That a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership and he's leading you. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But leaders are different. Leaders are concerned about the next generation. I want you to compare those two thoughts the next time you have a politician come to your house wanting to vie for your vote. Just ask him, what is your vision for my children? I will sit and listen for 20 minutes for you to tell me what it is. He will leave your house. Because he has no interest in your children's children. His concern is to stay in power, to keep the position, to win the next election. This is why they cannot lead. When you are going to have a conversation with a politician, you should actually try this as a test. You, by the way, as a citizen of a community, you have a right to be seen by the mayor. I hope you know that. If you voted for a mayor, the mayor...
How embarrassing. Andrew Holness not even get up. Everybody else get up on a hill. Andrew Holness in Simi can get you excited a while ago. And a chat pay foolishness. All them a do a talk about what them have planned. Eh? You mean they don't can laugh off of them, yes? Make we hear some sensible thing now from the general himself, Mr. Peter Bunty. Because we had to endure listening to nonsense for about an hour. I think we have had enough, ladies and gentlemen. Not true? I think we have had enough. I want to tell everybody say Desmond Mackenzie done and tell him to forward over. Share up a live with 20 people so we can hear from Mr. Bunty. Not true? Alright, let's get it.
Listen. We will now go to the Member of Parliament for Manchester Southern, Mr. Peter Bunting, for his sectoral presentation.
You are okay to go, Ms. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And feeling certain that I will not be treated as liberally with time as the Minister of Local Government, let me move quickly to thank my leader and colleagues, family and friends, personal support team, councillors and constituency executive, and last but not least, the proud citizens of Southern Manchester who allow me to stand here today. I rise today to address a portfolio that goes to the very heart of Jamaica's economic future, yet one that receives far less attention than it deserves. In budget and sectoral debates, in corporate boardrooms and public policy discussions, we regularly hear the words productivity, efficiency, and competitiveness invoked as though they are interchangeable concepts. For clarity, let me define what each means today for the purposes of my presentation. Productivity is the rate at which an economy converts labor, capital, technology, and knowledge into output. Efficiency refers to the extent to which waste is eliminated from that process. And competitiveness is the ability of firms, industries, and countries to succeed against rivals in attracting investment, creating jobs, and winning export markets. Jamaica's central economic challenge today is no longer macroeconomic stability. Through years of sacrifice by taxpayers, public sector workers, pensioners, and businesses, Jamaica succeeded in restoring a measure of fiscal discipline and financial stability. Debt to GDP ratios have fallen significantly. Inflation has, generally speaking, remained within the target range. International reserves have strengthened. These achievements were important and necessary. That's why the PNP administration, led by the most Honorable Portia Simpson-Miller, started the process of economic reform. And we did most of the heavy lifting in achieving the successes of the last 14 years. But stability was never intended to be the destination. It was the foundation upon which growth, productivity, and the elusive prosperity could be built. Unfortunately, that transformation has not occurred. If you look at the chart on the screen, it's real GDP growth since 1980. Jamaica's long-term economic growth remains among the weakest in the developing world. Real GDP growth has averaged approximately 1% per annum over several decades. Labor productivity has declined. Foreign direct investment inflows have fallen sharply from their previous highs. Gross fixed capital formation has weakened. Real wages remain under pressure. For too many of our brightest and best, for too long, too many of our brightest and best have had to leave our shores in search of opportunities elsewhere. In short, we have stabilized the economy without transforming it. The IMF, the World Bank, and the OECD have all reached broadly similar conclusions regarding the drivers of sustained economic growth. Countries that prosper over long periods do so because they continuously improve productivity, strengthen institutions, invest in human capital, encourage innovation, and create an environment in which businesses can compete and grow. Countries that fail to improve productivity eventually encounter a ceiling beyond which growth becomes difficult. Wages stagnate and economic opportunities diminish. That is precisely where Jamaica is today. My colleague MP from Manchester, Minister Marks, in our sectoral presentation, cited increased numbers of online transactions, electronic payments, and digital government services as evidence of progress. And while these developments are welcome, I would say, Minister, activity should not be confused with productivity. Yes. Many Jamaican businesses continue to encounter duplicated reporting requirements, fragmented government systems, and lengthy approval processes. Only last week, we heard that more than 70% of transactions in Jamaica are still cash-based, something you would appreciate. JAMDEX adoption, JAMDEX, the central bank digital currency, JAMDEX adoption remains negligible despite significant effort by Bank of Jamaica. Interbank payment systems continue to operate within constraints that reflected the old manual processing days at banks. The BOJ's RTGS, which stands for real-time gross settlement, operates from 8:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., 25% of the day. Automated clearinghouse, which is the bank clearing system, is still next day payment. This is not appropriate for the needs of a modern 24/7 economy. So my point is straightforward. Technology is an enabler, not a substitute for reform. Moving bureaucracy from a counter to a screen is still bureaucracy. It's just digital bureaucracy. Productivity gains arise when processes are fundamentally redesigned. Responsibilities are clarified. Duplication is eliminated and institutions become more responsive. Technology can facilitate that transformation, but it cannot replace it. If there is one statistic that should concern every member of this House, it is the performance of Jamaica's labor productivity over the last quarter century. That blue line that's trending from left to right and goes almost to the horizontal axis is Jamaica's labor productivity measured by real GDP per worker over the last 25 years. An entire generation has grown up in an environment of declining productivity. During the same period, labor productivity in the United States increased by approximately 50%. China, of course, is the star. You have to use the axis, the vertical axis on the right for their index. Their labor productivity increased by more than 400% over that period. But closer to home, countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, with which Jamaica competes more directly for investment and export opportunities, have achieved substantially stronger outcomes. But economists often focus on total factor productivity, which measures the efficiency with which not only labor, but capital, technology, and organizational systems are combined. It captures innovation, management quality, institutional effectiveness, technological adoption, and the allocation of resources throughout the economy. In successful economies, growth in TFP accounts for a significant share of long-term economic growth. In Jamaica, it has remained weak for decades. What the graph shows, and 2021 is the base year, is that for our entire history, since independence, Jamaica allocated and combined resources more efficiently than it is doing currently. This is not a productivity challenge, it is a national emergency. Thank you. Well, I must say this is our first Prime Minister. This is our first. But you would understand, and the ministers that flank you, that this matters profoundly. Because productivity growth is not simply another economic indicator. It is the primary source of long-term improvements in living standards. Nobel laureate Paul Krugman famously observed that, and I quote, "Productivity is not everything, but in the long run, it is almost everything." End quote. Workers cannot sustainably earn more than the value they produce. Governments cannot sustainably spend more than the economy generates. Please do. Businesses cannot sustainably raise wages unless productivity rises. Mr. Speaker, I'm reclaiming my time. If productivity is the engine of economic growth, then human capital is the fuel that powers it. No country has achieved sustained productivity growth without simultaneously improving the skills, capabilities, and adaptability of its workforce. Jamaica faces a significant challenge in this regard. A recent, I believe last week, newspaper article quoted UTEC's president reiterating that of the approximately 30,000 students who sit CSEC exams annually, only about 6,000 or 20% achieve the minimum qualifications generally required for tertiary education. He said UTEC alone could take half of those students, and there are 14 other universities and colleges competing for that 6,000. This means that 4 out of every 5 students leave secondary school without the credentials needed to fully participate in a modern knowledge economy. The education system continues to fail the majority of our students and needs to be fixed. However, the economic implications of this reality extend far beyond the education sector. Employers consistently report shortages of workers with adequate literacy, numeracy, technical and digital skills, even while hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans remain outside the workforce. The challenge becomes more urgent when viewed against the backdrop of artificial intelligence. The IMF estimates that approximately 40% of jobs globally will be affected by AI. Routine and repetitive tasks are increasingly susceptible to automation, while demand is growing for workers capable of exercising judgment, creativity, adaptability, and complex problem solving. These developments have serious implications, for example, for our BPO sector. which is said to employ 50,000 Jamaicans directly, but I suspect that figure is shrinking. The sector, back in the day, generated employment opportunities and transformed local economies like Mandeville's. When we struggled to recover from the closure of the Kirkvine and Alpart alumina plants. However, many of the functions currently performed in customer service centers and back office operations are precisely the types of activities most vulnerable to automation. My information is that one of the largest companies operating in the BPO sector has already cut its workforce by almost 50%. The Prime Minister, in his budget presentation, identified the low workforce productivity challenge. However, he came with his administration's standard response: new acronyms. Since yesterday, we've heard of NEST, GRIFT, and CALM. GRIFT would be more appropriate. NEST, GRIFT, and CALM. But in that budget speech, the Prime Minister had already introduced NARA, JAMROC, and FAST. But then the PM continued, and I quote, starting in this financial year, HART will introduce a pilot of LEAP. LEAP is the acronym for Learn, Earn, and Prosper. And he went on to say, and we will expand CARE, the Community Action for Rewarding Engagement. So, Prime Minister, I acknowledge you have identified the challenge, but I don't agree with your solution to introduce a pilot of LEAP this year. Imagine, Prime Minister, the results of that pilot will probably be evaluated next year. And if it's positive, then maybe LEAP will be widely implemented in year 3. HART is a training institution whose curriculum evolves on a multi-year cycle in an environment where the relevant AI-driven technology changes every few months. This reality demands a fundamental rethink of workforce development policy. HART has made important contributions to Jamaica's development, but it was designed for a different era. The pace of technological change now requires continuous workforce adaptation. The opposition has stated repeatedly that the time has come to transform HART into a workforce development funding institution rather than attempting to deliver training directly in every field. HART should increasingly support employer-driven training initiatives, matching private sector investments in workforce development and allowing workers access to accredited training providers. Such a model would ensure that training resources are aligned with actual labor market demand and not institutional assumptions about future labor demand. We must move from labor supply to talent supply. The winners over the next decade will be the countries that transform their workforce the fastest. Now I want to turn to the impact on tax policy on the entrepreneurial economy. The chart on the screen shows graphs of tax revenue, the lower blue line, and the other line above is the more comprehensive measure of revenue and grants that covers what the government extracts from taxpayers in fees, fines, levies, etc., in addition to taxes. That upper line has fluctuated between 27 to 31% of GDP over the last 10 years. This is higher than the average for Latin America and the Caribbean, which hovers around 21 to 22% of GDP, and much higher than the world average of 16 to 17% of GDP. In fact, it's really only the OECD countries that are above us. And we know the sort of welfare services and social services that they deliver. The majority of Jamaican firms surveyed find tax rates to be a major or severe obstacle to their operations. Equitable growth will only occur when thousands of individuals invest capital, take risks, and create opportunities. The overwhelming majority of Jamaican businesses are micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. They represent the backbone of employment, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Economic growth does not emerge solely from large corporations or government programs. Yet this government's policy appears designed around the needs of only those large firms while imposing additional burdens on smaller enterprises. The recent decision to impose GCT of 15% on the revenues of short-term rental accommodation is a prime example. The sector has been a success story, growing rapidly from 60,000 guests in 2017 to over 800,000 in 2024. The short-term rental sector has democratized participation in the ownership of the accommodation sector. It has enabled thousands of Jamaicans all over, in Arnett Gardens, in Rockfort, in different parts of Jamaica, in Manchester, in Hanover, to become tourism entrepreneurs. Unlike the dominant enclave tourism model, a greater share of that dollar remains within the local communities. Property owners, maintenance providers, transportation operators, restaurants and local suppliers all benefit from stronger linkages to the domestic economy. Yet instead of encouraging this emerging growth sector, the GLP administration has chosen in Nicodemus fashion to respond with additional taxation in the depths of the night. Any justification that the move is a necessary measure to level the playing field in the accommodation sector is just plain poppycock. Large hotel investments in Jamaica qualify for substantial benefits under the Omnibus Incentives Act and the tourism sector framework. These huge multinationals enjoy significantly reduced corporate income taxes, productive input reliefs on equipment and construction materials, employment tax credits, and favorable capital write-offs for building expenditures. They also benefit from the Tourist Board's cooperative marketing and advertising frameworks that help large hotel investments scale their occupancy and reach. None of these incentives are available to the short-term rental sector that is still liable for income tax on earnings in their standard rate. This is the type of behavior that has prompted progressive leaders in the Caribbean and elsewhere to recently warn, and I quote, not to replace sugar plantations with hotel plantations. End of quote. A rebranded plantation economy built around leisure instead of sugar is still a plantation economy. We don't want an economy where the average Jamaican can only aspire to be a worker, not an owner in his own country. So this is not a debate about taxation alone. It is a debate about ownership. Jamaica's objective should not be an economy in which our citizens can only aspire to serve in the tourism sector. It should be an economy in which we can own a part of the tourism sector. Another example of bad tax policy comes from a point I made in the 2018 sectorial debate. It's worth repeating at this time when geopolitical tensions have sent fuel prices skyrocketing and the pass-through inflation now threatens our country. Still struggling to recover from Hurricane Melissa, with the prospect of increased interest rates to battle this pass-through inflation. These high fuel prices will provide a tax windfall for the government because of the ad valorem SCT on fuel. I say now is the time to give both businesses and consumers some badly needed relief. I support calls to cap the ad valorem SCT on fuel, but I go further and call on government to eliminate SCT on fuels altogether and instead include fuels in the base of GCT. This would reduce the burden of cumulative taxation on registered taxpayers and thus improve economic efficiency. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the matter to a section that I call institutions and bureaucracy matter. One of the most damaging taxes in Jamaica is one that never appears on an invoice. It is a tax imposed by bureaucracy. Every entrepreneur experiences it. It is paid in delays, uncertainty, duplicated paperwork, and lost opportunities. Economists describe these burdens as transaction costs. In successful economies, institutions are designed to minimize them. In Jamaica, too many institutions continue to generate them. The result is lower investment, slower business formation, and weaker productivity growth. But productivity, and I want you to listen to me carefully, productivity is not solely an economic issue. It is also a governance issue. The most productive economies in the world are characterized by strong institutions, predictable rules, and high levels of public trust. Investors do not simply evaluate tax rates or labor costs. They assess whether contracts are enforceable, regulations are predictable, and institutions operate fairly. Recent controversies involving the treatment of independent oversight institutions should concern anyone interested in Jamaica's competitiveness. These controversies include the NARA Act, which many see as a naked power grab by the Prime Minister, giving the agency and the PM sweeping executive powers with a lack of institutional guardrails and the ability to bypass traditional regulatory oversight. A few years ago, the PM overruled NEPA and granted a permit to mine in the ecologically sensitive Dry Harbor Mountains. The Constitutional Court, in a recent landmark ruling, declared the permit and the PM's decision, I quote, unconstitutional, void, and of no effect, end quote. The Prime Minister, and I go on to a third example of these controversies. The Prime Minister, in an unprecedented move for a sitting Prime Minister, the Prime Minister, in an unprecedented move for a sitting Prime Minister, took his own state oversight body, the Integrity Commission, to the Supreme Court. He filed over 20 applications seeking to nullify the IC's investigative report and challenge the constitutionality of the core provisions within the Integrity Commission Act that his government passed. The fourth example is the oversight, is Parliament's own oversight of the executive, which is being systematically undermined. The presiding officer, Parliament's own oversight of the executive, which is being systematically undermined. The fourth example is the oversight, is Parliament's own oversight of the executive, which is being systematically undermined. Yes. And any pretense of impartiality. The presiding officers have abandoned any pretense of impartiality. And the 3-month delay in tabling the recent IC investigative report on the FLA is one example. Ministers sitting on parliamentary oversight committees, such as the PAC, are examining AG's reports for periods covering their own stewardship, which is crazy. Even where there are allegations of improper ministerial interference. Government members on the PAC and PAC appear to do everything to obstruct the work of the committees. Even yesterday, with the email system not working, there was a sheet that went around asking who had received the email from the committee clerk of the PAC's annual report. Every opposition member confirmed receipt of the email, and every government member denied receiving it. This is from your own parliament. Independent media is also plays a critical oversight role in democracies. In Jamaica, our remaining independent media houses and investigative journalists are barely surviving. They're in the intensive care unit. There is an acute viability crisis for legacy print and broadcast organizations worldwide, and Jamaica is no different. Many close or merge, while others survive only as propaganda outlets for wealthy oligarchs or authoritarian governments. Given what is happening with our oversight institutions, and I draw your attention to the chart, given what is happening with our oversight institutions, it should not be surprising that net foreign direct investment inflows as a percent of GDP have declined to between 1.5% and 2% since 2020. This is less than a third of what we received as recently as 2015 and 2016, when net FDI exceeded 6% of GDP. Investors value certainty. Entrepreneurs value predictability. Businesses make long-term commitments when they believe that rules will be applied consistently and institutions will operate independently. Yes. Strong institutions encourage investment because they reduce uncertainty. Weak institutions discourage investment because individuals and businesses must devote additional resources to navigating risk and unpredictability. Productivity, therefore, depends not only on economic policy, but also on governance quality. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the story of the last 14 years was stability. The story of the next decade must be transformation. Jamaica does not suffer from a shortage of talent, nor does it suffer from a shortage of ambition. Jamaica doesn't suffer from a shortage of entrepreneurial spirit. What Jamaica suffers from is a shortage of systems that allow our people to realize their full potential. The Jamaican worker is not the problem. The Jamaican entrepreneur is not the problem. The Jamaican student is not the problem. The problem is that too often we ask our people to compete globally while forcing to operate inside systems that belong in the past. Stability was the foundation. Transformation must now be the mission. Productivity must be the pathway if we are to reach that elusive destination of prosperity. And that is the Jamaica our people deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So we dey all listen to this non vacancy for 1 hour. But Mr. Peter Bunting only get 33 minutes. Mighty God. But we know what time it is. You know what I mean? Big up Mr. Peter Bunting. No matter what they come with PR and all of this, always get exposed, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you guys think about that in the comment section. Like, share, and subscribe, alright? That is it. I wait for Zulika just say, no, I'm a baby there. When I go on with my side, Marjorie, what's up? You know what I think, man, I be a PR them come with, you know. Be a PR them come with. I wait for Zulika just now for take our place and you understand the good lawyer, St. Elizabeth. You understand? I don't like and show up the line, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know say today a parliament day, so you know. That's how it go. So we are waiting for Miss Zulika just now. See them attack now. Let's go.
From St. Elizabeth Northeastern, Miss Julika Jess, who will now join us for her presentation.
You're getting there, slowly, you're getting there.
Permission to speak from a seat.
You may go ahead, Member Jess.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Permission to speak from a...
Permission granted.
Permission to speak from a seat that is not
I said
own.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise to make my maiden contribution to this sectoral debate, I must start by thanking God for his guidance and grace. I wish to thank the Leader of the Opposition, Mark Golding, for the confidence he has placed in me to shadow the critical portfolio of justice. Even though I must confess that at first I wasn't sure if it was a promotion or punishment. Either way, I promise to defend justice fiercely. I come to this role in my 15th year as a senior attorney with diverse experience and perspectives. I wish to thank my incredible hardworking team on the ground, led by my councillors, Councillor Everton Fisher, Caretaker Maurice Nemard, but particularly, Madam Speaker, Councillors Champion Myers and Donovan Pagan, who have been my shield and my protector. I wish to thank my phenomenal family in Northeastern St. Elizabeth. Thank you for saying yes to chess and a young fresh face. I promise to represent your voices stridently, even if some of the phone calls I receive are about asking me to personally help you to find a wife, or to personally reimburse you for the damage done to your vehicle by the potholes along Santa Cruz. To my friends and long-suffering family, thank you for putting up with my long days and late nights on the political battlefield. You are my anchor and my sanity. Madam Speaker, this maiden presentation is not mine alone. It belongs to the people of Northeastern St. Elizabeth and to every Jamaican demanding a fair, transparent, and accessible justice system. I am deeply honored to speak on their behalf today. But we cannot speak about a fair and accessible justice system when the physical infrastructure of our courts is an absolute disgrace. 7 months after Hurricane Melissa, the justice system in St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland isn't recovering. It is battering for life. So today, I must speak on behalf of the judges, the court staff, the attorneys, and the thousands of ordinary Jamaicans who are being forced to search for justice in ruins. Madam Speaker, let us look at the proud parish of St. Elizabeth, from which I now hail. The historic Black River Courthouse was battered by Hurricane Melissa. And what was this ministry's brilliant emergency plan? To cram the displaced staff into the Santa Cruz Courthouse, which was never designed to carry this capacity. Go to Santa Cruz right now, Madam Speaker. the conditions are utterly degrading. In January of this year, court staff were driven to fury because they were being forced to work in a building with no running water, no water for sanitation, no water for dignity. How can this administration boast of a modern justice system when our court workers cannot even wash their hands? Under this government, Madam Speaker, the wheels of justice aren't just turning slowly, they are grinding to a dirty halt. But the lack of water isn't even the worst part. The security infrastructure under this administration has completely collapsed. Just months ago in Santa Cruz, it was reported in the news that a member of the public barged straight into the court office and grabbed a box of legal files. It took the court staff themselves, who are ordinary workers, not trained security personnel, to physically fight off the intruder and knock the files from his hands. This happened at the Santa Cruz courthouse in January of this year. But let us move on down the road, Madam Speaker, to Westmoreland. The Westmoreland Parish Court is out of commission. Initially, the minister boldly declared in November 2025 that the resources were available and that they were looking to secure a contractor under emergency procurement to restore the courthouse in the shortest possible time. But a few moments later, what do we hear, Madam Speaker? Now the minister says it will be too costly to repair. A total shameless flip-flop. Madam Speaker, the minister's assurances carry no weight. First, the money was there to do the repair. Now the building cannot be repaired. This isn't governance. It is pure double talk designed to hide delay and incompetence. They are talking in circles to hide the fact that they are dropping the ball and the people need justice. Emotional damage. In light of the fact that the Westmoreland Parish Court is compromised, ordinary citizens are now forced to cross parish lines into Hanover to access the circuit court all the way in Lucy. Madam Speaker, think of the staggering economic punishment. Madam Speaker, think of the staggering economic punishment this inflicts on the people of Westmoreland. Madam Speaker, I see that those on the government aisle do not wish for me to speak the truth today, but we are going to talk about justice. Think of the astronomical expense for jurors, for litigants, for lawyers who must find transportation and meals just to travel back and forth to Lucy day after day because there is no court in Westmoreland to accommodate circuit. Madam Speaker, this government has turned the right to a fair trial into an endurance trek. Madam Speaker, they can howl all they want, but until they fix the justice crisis in the West, we will speak about this in the halls of this parliament. This ministry has turned the right to a fair trial into an endurance trek. This is not administering justice. This is navigating an obstacle course. The Minister of Justice speaks about first-class justice system and modernization of the justice system. But I challenge the minister today, leave your air-conditioned office in Kingston. Come down to Santa Cruz. Come down to Westmoreland. Work in a court where there is no running water. Pay the taxi fare from Lucy. Pay the taxi fare from Savlamar to Lucy and tell the people why they should tolerate this injustice. Madam, thank God for the late, great Roger Clark's legacy. Madam Speaker, but Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. The Chief Justice himself stated that this ministry is an unreliable partner. This statement was made after it was revealed that the judiciary had to use its own budget to carry out emergency court repairs in Western Jamaica to give judges a place to work. When the courts have to stop focusing on clearing backlogs and instead start acting like building contractors just to put a roof over a judge's head, that is not a success story. It is a total system failure, and the people need justice. Madam Speaker, there is no context in the world that would make the words unreliable partner sound good when they come from the head of the judiciary. Those words aren't opposition talking points. That is a direct, unprecedented indictment from Chief Justice Brian Sykes. When the highest judge in the land publicly states that the judiciary cannot be trusted to provide basic functional infrastructure, that is a vote of no confidence. Hurricane Melissa was an act of nature, but this delay in restoring our courts is an act of sheer incompetence. We are not blaming the minister for the hurricane. We are blaming the minister for the total absence of a recovery plan. It does not take 7 months to connect a water tank so that court workers can wash their hands. It doesn't take 7 months to post 1 or 2 police officers outside a courthouse to secure court files. Madam Speaker, if the Chief Justice of Jamaica can find the resources to fix the court infrastructure, what is the minister doing with his? And if he has none, is it that logistics has prevented the good Prime Minister from directing some of the barely touched disaster recovery funds to restore access to justice in these hurricane-affected parishes? He needs some milk. I put it to you, Madam Speaker, justice under this government is a disaster in need of recovery. Emotional damage. I urge the minister to commission and fund an emergency infrastructural and security audit of all rural courthouses across Jamaica. We demand immediate police security deployment to the Santa Cruz courthouse. We demand clear timelines and urgent allocations for the construction of the St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parish courts so the people can access justice. Madam Speaker, I turn very quickly to an issue that I dub the legal aid injustice. Too many ordinary Jamaicans are being completely locked out of the courts because this administration refuses to expand the categories of cases covered by legal aid. The legal aid framework is rigidly structured to primarily cover criminal matters. But what does the data actually say? The data shows that the vast majority of citizens requesting legal aid are begging for help with civil matters over criminal matters. According to the Legal Aid Council, 90% of legal requests received from members of the public are for civil matters, particularly divorces tied to incidents of domestic abuse. Madam Speaker, access to justice cannot be a half measure. When a government limits legal aid to a narrow band of cases, it effectively closes the doors of the court to the poor. We see the consequences every single day in our courts. Unrepresented litigants struggling to understand complex legal rules, overwhelmed judges trying to balance the scales, and ultimately a breakdown of public trust in the rule of law. According to the Chief Justice's Civil Division Statistics Report, over 16,000 new civil cases are filed in the parish court every single year. But the report also shows that in up to 70% of those civil cases, at least one party is completely without a lawyer, forced to face a judge completely on their own. Madam Speaker, it is a David versus Goliath battle where the state refuses to give David a sling, not even a stone. What makes this absolutely worse, Madam Speaker, is that it has absolutely nothing to do with lack of resources. During the recent Standing Finance Committee right here at Gordon House, the Minister of Justice openly admitted on the record that the money is there. He proudly declared that the ministry satisfied all claims by attorney and has the fiscal space. Therefore, let us call it what it really is: a total lack of political will and complete indifference to the plight of the poor. The money is there. The budget has the space. The minister confessed that the funds exist. Yet this administration chooses to let those funds sit idle while poor Jamaicans are crushed by legal fees or forced to forfeit their rights because they cannot afford an attorney.
Embarrassing.
The people do not want any more excuses, Madam Speaker. We do not want public relations mobile units that can only give legal advice but leave citizens defenseless when a civil trial actually starts. We demand that the government stop hoarding these resources, listen to the data from its own agencies, and immediately amend the regulations to expand legal aid categories to cover civil matters. Stop locking the poor out of justice. Madam Speaker, I move to address a deep inequity in our community justice system. The total lack of financial support, stipend, or expense coverage for Jamaica's justices of the peace. The Ministry of Justice expects over 7,000 JPs to render strictly voluntary service. They are forbidden. The Ministry of Justice expects over 12,000 JPs to render strictly voluntary service. They are forbidden from accepting any payment or reward, yet the state relies on them to process bail, to visit lockups, to conduct mediation. Active JPs must currently pay for their own stationery, printer, ink, travel costs to courts and prisons out of their own pockets, and even fund their expenses to serve in court as lay magistrates. Madam Speaker, this is not sustainable voluntarism. It is institutional exploitation. Madam Speaker, I do not yield. I do not yield, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Justice continues to flatly...
Member Jess? Member Jess? Member Jess? Please sit. Please sit. Member Jess, please sit. Listen, you know, if you would only learn the standing orders, you see, members, I would so appreciate it. Member Jess, please take your seat. Minister Chuck, please quote the standing order number on which you are raising a point of order.
The member is misleading the House.
That is not a... that is not a...
Go ahead.
Move up and loud, I want you. Tap a nice and not say. Go sit down, boy. Foolish is not go on with a try to shut up the lady speech.
You need to stop.
She beat to nobody. She a beat to nobody with the truth. Move up. Ugly no blouse and skirt to go try the boy. Sit down. I want you. Go sit down. Now I take people money and I waste tax dollars and now do nothing. You should have some shame. You should have walk out of that place. You shouldn't even show up yourself. It's an absolute disgrace. Look at the thing them to look at just a reveal. Sit down. Want come stop the lady flow and the lady speak. Burn your fire upon them and make the world know what go on, my baby. Because she's sweet, man. Mighty God, the intelligence. Them things that she wanna want look as calm, smart when normal. Them make a sad mistake. You see how them are suppress the blur not PMP them, so them can't talk in a parliament. Right? Look how long them are take out now. Become past.
Member Jess, I have not turned your mic on so that your time does not run. And I'm using this opportunity to reiterate what is not a point of order is misleading the House. Points of order are statements made in a debate that contravenes the rule of the House. And therefore, points of interruptions, which is subsection 2 or B, are requiring the...
Whoa, what's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, need to just build...
2 or B are requiring the member on their feet to sit and allow the courtesy of the other member saying what their point is of interruption or clarification. And so this is another teaching moment for us. In addition to which, since I've already interrupted the member on her feet, members, allow her to do her presentation as is required in silence in the House.
Them interrupt her and make up the endless. And if you give 5 minutes extra or 10 minutes extra, right now too. Right now they give 5 minutes or 10 minutes extra. Oh, I'm doing it. You think so? Now come pulling nobody down. What? How are you not from you? Tap it nice. I'm making you speak.
Members.
Not your time.
Members, I am sure that I'll soon complete my research in dropping some additional instruments in the House that help us to hear all of these comments that I can barely hear up here. I'm sure the public would love to know what we are saying, and I would love to know too. Member for St. Elizabeth Northeast, you may continue. And member, in order not to interrupt you, I'll ask the assistant clerk to add your additional time at the end, so the mic will, the monitor will go off when you're finished.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Justice continues to flatly reject proposals for a stipend for JPs. He calls it a pure voluntary post, ignoring that the cost of paper, gas, and electricity makes it a luxury only the rich can afford. True justice cannot run on charity alone. The opposition demands a modernized framework for our JPs. Madam Speaker, this administration is completely out of step with global trends. there is clear established international precedent for the financial facilitation of JPs, proving that voluntarism does not require a person to compromise their own livelihood. The opposition urges the ministry to look across the globe and recognize how modern democracies practice or protect their JPs. In the UK, in Australia, in Canada, in those jurisdictions, JPs are also volunteers, but they receive a loss of earnings allowance and travel expenses. They do not pay out of pocket to serve the Crown. The state actively reimburses them for the costs incurred while delivering justice. The opposition is not calling for a lavish salary. We're calling for an enforceable, transparent stipend modeled after international best practices. It is time to treat Jamaica's JPs with the global standard of dignity they deserve. We pay notaries public to notarize documents, and we pay judges to hear cases. Why shouldn't we offer our JPs a stipend to cover out-of-pocket expenses? Madam Speaker, the primary duty of this House is to pass laws that deliver justice, not absurdity. I turn now to address a glaring crisis in our judicial system. The Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act requires urgent common sense amendments. I would be the first to join any sensible effort to be tough on crime because it is a monster that must be tamed and eliminated. That said, it befuddles me as to why we would seek to use a hammer to hit a mosquito. This administration passed a law so poorly thought out that it has ceased to protect the public and has instead made criminals out of non-violent Jamaicans, including creatives.
Embarrassing.
Just weeks ago, Madam Speaker, a music producer was slapped with a mandatory minimum 15-year sentence, not for a real weapon, but for imitation firearms used as props in music videos. Not a single bullet could ever leave those plastic barrels. Yet this government used a 15-year sledgehammer to crush a creative professional who posed no threat to public safety. A prominent defense attorney recently lamented the sheer absurdity of this regime by revealing that the state actually wasted time and precious resources conducting ballistic tests on a cardboard cutout of a gun. Cardboard, Madam Speaker. Under this government, a cardboard cutout is being taken to a government lab to test if it can fire a bullet. Government forensic experts are performing ballistics on cardboard.
Embarrassing.
He needs some milk. Madam Speaker, this Parliament must act without delay. We must urgently amend this law to restore full, unrestricted sentencing discretion to our judges. And we must make these amendments retroactive, so those currently suffering under this legislative failure can have their sentences reviewed. Madam Speaker, if we needed any further proof that the administration of firearms in this country is broken from the top down, we need look no further than the Integrity Commission's own Report 37 of 2026. That report tabled yesterday found that the Firearm Licensing Authority, under the watch of its Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Shane Dallin, presided over a vault where ammunition belonging to private citizens went missing. A computer system that was deliberately manipulated to destroy the livelihood of a licensed dealer using the identity of a man who was already dead. And a server whose catastrophic failure conveniently erased the very evidence that would have identified who gave the order. Madam Speaker, a man who runs an authority where the dead are used to falsify records, where vault doors cannot account for what is inside them, and where evidence disappears without consequence, has no business holding public office. The People's National Party therefore calls unequivocally and without reservation for Mr. Shane Darling to resign immediately. The People's National Party therefore calls unequivocally and without reservation for Mr. Shane Darling to tender his immediate resignation. The people of Jamaica deserve leadership that upholds the law, not leadership that the Integrity Commission itself has found wanting. Madam Speaker, the people need justice. But Madam Speaker, justice is not about a sentence handed down in a courtroom. Justice is a lived experience. This administration likes to paint a beautiful picture of justice, but my job today is not to admire the paintwork. It is to open the hood and examine the engine. The engine of justice is making a rattling sound sparked by an alarming rise in police fatal killings. And let me be very, very clear. I will forever defend the police's right to defend themselves when faced with deadly force from criminal elements. But the latest Indicom data shows that 133 persons have already been shot and killed by members of the security forces since the start of this year alone. Madam Speaker, the engine of justice is rattling. This rattling requires us to confront the dangerous rhetoric coming from the very top of our justice system. Instead of demanding accountability, the Minister of Justice recently responded to these tragedies by declaring that the law allows police to use reasonable force, including deadly force, to stop a fleeing suspect. To tell a grieving, terrified nation that running away gives the state a legal right to execute you on the streets is a grave mistake. The engines of justice demand protection of the right to due process. The engines of justice demand a fair trial. The engines of justice demand the presumption of innocence. Running away must never become an automatic death sentence, nor can we allow the ministry to rewrite the law to justify street-side executions. Madam Speaker, equally troubling is the police commissioner's dismissive response. Madam Speaker, might I have your protection? Madam Speaker, equally troubling is the police commissioner's dismissive response, defending police failures as being viewed through the lens of hindsight. But when lives are lost, evaluating police actions is not an exercise in hindsight. It is a demand for foresight. It is a demand for training. It is a demand for the use of body-worn cameras, and it is a demand for basic human rights. When the police commissioner, in the wake of public outcry, tells rank-and-file officers not to become paralyzed by criticism, he is building a wall of institutional arrogance. He is telling his men that they are above the law, above the people, above accountability. Madam Speaker, the people need justice. Following the devastation of Hurricane Melissa, our people were promised relief. Donors sacrificed and gave generously to help families rebuild. Over 1.44 billion in cash donations poured into government hands. Yet according to the Auditor General's report, this administration only spent a measly, insulting 1.8% of those funds. While many Jamaicans are still sleeping under tarpaulins, while schools remain damaged, while small business owners are struggling to rebuild, millions of dollars sit idle in government hands. Only 1.8% has trickled down to poor Jamaicans who lost everything. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister refused to admit his failure by stating that they wanted to get the perishables out first. Is this a confession, Madam Speaker? Is this a confession that this government does not know how to multitask?
Emotional damage.
What is the Prime Minister's explanation for unused relief monies from Beryl 2 years ago? Madam Speaker, the people need justice. I turn very quickly to the $1 billion solidarity program that was announced to rescue our Jamaican people. Yet the Ministry of Labour just issued a press release claiming that $533 million was returned to the consolidated fund. They tell us that nobody pocketed the money. They tell us that returning $533 million to the consolidated fund was simply a legal requirement under standard financial regulations because the fiscal year ended. In other words, Madam Speaker, the ministry's best excuse is literally, we didn't steal it, we were just too slow to spend it. But Madam Speaker, to the grandmother in my constituency who went to bed hungry last night, waiting for that $20,000 grant that the government promised, this rebuttal is a distinction without a difference. Whether it is called pocketing, reallocating, or returning to the consolidated fund, the bottom line is that the money did not reach the people, and the people need justice. Madam Speaker, when 75% of the persons targeted to benefit from that $20,000 grant did not get access to those funds, that is not justice. That is the government acting as both the giver and the ultimate taker, and the people need justice. Madam Speaker, justice means different things for different people. Justice is a smooth road for the people of northeastern St. Elizabeth who just want to reach home safely. Neglected roads are not just an inconvenience, they are a denial of justice. The continued neglect of our critical crossings is unacceptable. Windsor Bridge is on the verge of collapse and Grosman Bridge is a ticking time bomb. This is not just a failure of engineering, this is a failure of infrastructural justice. The urgent repair of these bridges is a matter of life and death, and the people of northeastern St. Elizabeth need justice. The absolute peak of injustice, the ultimate betrayal of public trust is the scandalous execution of the Spark program in northeastern St. Elizabeth. The former Member of Parliament handpicked 10 roads for repair, All 10 roads were picked from one single division. One division. And it happens to be the one JLP control division. Meanwhile, the 3 PNP, the 3 PNP control divisions have been complete.
I thought them tap our speech. What am I do? Hey, when nobody ramp with Zulika just today, we not gonna face them flames. We want justice. Justice we want. What am I deal with? I want to go on there, so.
Them say it's a thrill, but speeding can cost up to $20,000 in a fine, or even your life.
What am I deal with? What them really are deal with? What them really are deal with? What them really are deal with? I want to go on here, so. Now, man on the internet, the man them cut out the lady mic. And they're supposed to give her more time because they interrupt her and stop her speech. So what am I deliberate now?
House leader.
What them people are dealing with, brother? What am I dealing with? The girl is supposed to get at least 10 minutes. At least 10 minutes for your time.
House leader, if the opposition does not stop, there will be no extra time given, even if requested by the House leader. So I would encourage the members of the opposition to please be quiet. And Miss Burchell, Member Burchell, could you kindly not do that? Would you like me to go back to your member from South St. James? Inappropriate. House leader, members of the opposition, members of the House, the members' time for St. Elizabeth Southeast was already increased because I said to her I did not want to break her again because I'd stopped her when Minister asked for a point of order. So the clock, no, it doesn't matter what you have left. I am giving her 1 minute to wrap up. Okay, House leader, no additional time. No additional time. No.
Move your right now, thank God for myself. All chase the bell, all probate. Go if go. After bombard this man Mackenzie over this so. And take 1 hour with film speech because the girl are born with the truth and incompetent. When I can't talk about no more time, I move every move. And you come take things personal and I talk about Nikisha Burchell. Boy! You're worse on speaker man ever seen in Jamaica to blows and move up! Ugly no blows and skirt.
Member, if you turn your mic on again, you will not get any additional time. If you don't obey when you are spoken to in the House, you will not be afforded the courtesies to extend. The House leader came up, he asked for additional time. I've asked you to be quiet, I've asked you not to turn your mic on again, and you refuse. No, because the House leader needs to speak. I told her not to turn it on.
She have a problem with everything with PNP do, but she give them so much leverage over this for going with their things. I can't try and suppress the voices of the people. Justice Shadow Minister. Look on how they slap the sign of Jamaica. I want to the man go on if you go, man.
Members, so you hear, I extended the members' time already, and I asked the member to take her seat and do not turn on her mic. I am asking, when instructions are given in the House, that we abide by the instructions. The question is that the member be given 2 minutes to complete. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Member from St. Elizabeth, Northeast, you may proceed. Turn your mic on.
The 3 PNP-controlled divisions in northeastern St. Elizabeth have been completely left off the Spark program. Not one single road was selected from the Braze River Division. Not one single road was selected from Silo Division. Not one single road was selected from Balaclava Division. Not one. The 3 divisions represented by the People's National Party have been completely starved of resources on the Spark. They have received 0 road allocations on the Spark. This is not justice. This is political victimization. This is the weaponization of public funds. This is the weaponization of public funds to punish people for how they vote. It is corrupt, it is malicious, it is a dangerous denial of justice to the thousands of people in northeastern St. Elizabeth, and the people need justice. Madam Speaker, we envision a justice system where if you run in fear from a system that terrorizes you, you are not executed on the streets. We see at Jamaica where top-paying jobs in multi-billion-dollar state agencies are distributed by merit and not by DNA. True justice cannot exist when the hiring process somehow conveniently narrows down to a branch on the family tree. Justice belongs equally to the farmer in Monique, the vendor in Santa Cruz, the fisherman in Black River, and the child growing up in every district across this country. Under the leadership of Mark Golding, that is the Jamaica we seek to build, and that is the fight we will wage from the halls of this parliament to the streets. Madam Speaker, even the late great Bustamante would agree that this administration is not practicing equal rights and justice. I rest my case.
Yes, see how they fast to turn off the mic. Wanna see how they fast to turn off the mic? Because they know
Madam Speaker, I wanna...
Look how they fast to turn off the mic. Big up Sulita Jess. Burn a fire upon them. Spirit of Mama Portia.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member from St. Elizabeth Northeastern for her presentation and all the members who presented today. I want to ask you...
Brother, we don't want you not fry you. Jamaica, look upon this. Let me show you something of them people that are wicked and evil. As a matter of fact, let me zoom up myself. Because I'm going to talk up the things them right now. I show you how them people are hypocrites. See? You understand what I say? Jamaica. I want to go back and I want to listen to the Speaker of the House and see if she explained clearly to Zulika just say, yo, you know, say, me don't want to break your time, so I already had the time. I want to go back and listen, you know. You think, say, if that was clear to Zulika just in all that confusion, you think, says Zulika just would not deal with our time better than that? Obviously, she would have deal with our time better than that. And look how much time they take from her and break her stride. They should have given her 10 minutes extra. Right? And make it clear to the lady, say, yo, don't worry about when the beep a beep, actually have to say to her, say, I already added your time. When the beep a beep, it means your time is up and you won't get any additional time. Did she say that? Did she say that, ladies and gentlemen? No. I want to go back and listen for yourself. And I'm not go back and listen, you know. I want to go back and listen for yourself. Zulika just want to shoot them with beer. Me I talk about beer sniper rifle bullet. I left out a chamber. Everything a headshot. Everything what you say in our speech, ladies and gentlemen, was on point. 100% on point. Justice for the people of Jamaica. And it is political victimization that they are going with. And they have no shame. You can imagine people, judge and them people if you are ball out under this administration, but a dirty administration. But guess what? There's consequences to want to vote for. Only people take money and don't vote. Only people sit around the yard and say, we're not going to vote in either side because both sides are the same. The devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. I wanna feel it, I wanna go continue to feel it. All I wanna go, I wanna do budget for politics, I wanna pick a side, I wanna go feel it. I wanna go and feel it. I wanna better get up and damn vote on a voting time and stop come tell me, I go form a political party for myself and stop come tell me about, oh, it doesn't matter who you vote for, it's the same and the system. Go change the system. Be an activist and change the system. There's more of you out there that don't believe in either government than there is of who believe in the government. So here what? Make you own a party and unite together. Do it. Show us. Show us how it is done. Yes? And stop damn complaining, talking. Both parties are not the same. That is a bold-faced lie. There's clear differences. Do you think that this speech from Zulika just in the House of Parliament was a show? You think that she doesn't care about the people that she's actually talking about? You must be outside of your mind. This lady is very passionate. The People's National Party is passionate about helping the people. You understand? So, you better put on the boots, strap them up, lace them tightly, and get in the damn game and stop complaining. I rest my case. Sure. Damn foolishness I can talk about both parties are the same and one bag of something. Tired of it, man. Tired of it. You what them I say over there now. I hope I end them in the parliament. I'm tired of them now. I don't want to see no more of them right now. I'm telling you the truth.
For 2026 and May 26, 2026 respectively, which were all laid on the table of the House of Representatives on the 2nd day of June 2026, be referred to the Standing Finance Committee for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Thank you. Questions and answers to questions?
Madam Speaker, as the time is now 5:22, I now move that the House be allowed to receive and answer questions beyond the time normally allowed.
Those in favor? Those against? If you're against it, the questions are yours, so you can vote against.
You want to divide?
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader, you have any?
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice at the end of 21 days. I will ask the Minister of Energy, Transport and Communications the questions standing in my name.
So, no, you will not be allowed today, member, and it's a teaching moment for you as well. Yes, so, for you and many other members. So I won't say much further. I'm going to accept your resubmission. However, I'm going to ask that you also just...
Selva, you don't have to worry, you know. You don't have to fret the general, you don't have to catch the replay. Member said, I put out the video them in a segment, you know. So, the video them are going to come out, yeah? That's Zulika just video, and I load it up right now, because I have to drop it on the two platforms, them Bolo VNR 2.0 and Bolo VNR Clips. Also, and also Mr. Peter Bunting, in the next, like 6 o'clock, yeah man, I've got to drop it 6 o'clock, man. So you don't have to worry yourself. Me cut off the nasty part of the meat and clean it up, and I'll get the fresh, I'll get the meal cooked. So the video them, the uploads are the cooked meal, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? So if you want the cooked meal, the live streams is all over the place, you have all type of thing. But if you want a cooked meal, right? If you want a cooked meal, ladies and gentlemen, and for the work I'm doing, ladies and gentlemen, you can bless up the super chat. Yeah, man, you can bless up the super chat, you can bless up the cash app. Understand? The link is pinned in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. The link is pinned. Alright? Yes, if you want to appreciate the work that we're doing, support the platform, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? And share the live. Don't keep it to yourself. Good? That is it. Let's continue.
Be approved.
The question is that the motion notice of which the minister gave earlier be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. How, leader of opposition business, a moment please.
Yeah, me I go pin it now, mama. Not even did realize I never pin. Me realize, you know. Sure. Bolo TBV live. I'm going to say big up to the people over Bolo TBV, you know, not going good, you know. 129 likes. I tell you, not going good. But go and share, don't get complacent because, you know, when it comes to the visual live streams, over there some of the most of my live streams when I use the computer. You see? Yeah, man. Want to get a fresh start, you know. Oh, go on, yes or no. But just spin it a while ago. Paint picture. I talk about, you notice how she use term about this is a teachable moment. Why she never go teach sitting there? Why Juliet Owens never go teach? What name? But she never go teach one class and go turn one teacher in a university about beta. But she teach. Teach what? She not teach a damn thing. All she do is teach people how to be biased and partisan. Right? You notice how she talk to she mess up, you know? You notice how she talk to Nikisha Burchett?
Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business in the House.
Please lock down the Parliament. I'm tired of it sooner. Yes, man. Lock down the Parliament.
Be adjourned for a date to be fixed.
I'm an uncertain man.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable House now stands adjourned.
For the people in Bolo VNR clips, Bolo TVV, big up on yourself here. The word is love. Sooner or later. Hear me, people? Yeah, man, I've been on for 6 hours straight on this platform. Thank you guys for your continued support. Blessings and honor. Look more. And we see one little termite coming and chat a while ago and just get deleted same time. You know when I hungry belly labor at them? When you never see message, no. Moderator, you might have see. Anytime you do the work of this work that I'm doing on YouTube is more than any other 9 to 5 job we do. We are all the government accountable. Think, move up and go from yourself. Who you, man? Who you? Eh? Who is you? The work when I do on this platform, I write to support me people in eyes and show them what time it is with the government. And the most important work I ever do in my life. It's a wicked government and it go sit down and go in a permanent retirement. Who is you? Eh? Who is you? Damn out of order. Hey, yes, my moderator, someone want to fast like me, you know. That the message not even stay 3 seconds in my chat, you know. From a seat, delete. Instant delete. Go away. We don't want to termite over here, so no germs. We don't want to come infect the place. You understand what I deal with? Yeah, me I be very disrespectful right now. Well, not very, but disrespectful. We don't want to termite over here, so go away. You understand? Any work where you are do. This is a work I may do right just right now. More important than any work where you are do. Me now ask Christ, because you find time to go and type foolishness in my chat. That means you have time to waste. People are talking about construct, we are talking about democracy over here. That's what we are talking about. Fairness, equity, justice for the people. Not incompetent government individuals that come and make excuses about not doing right by the people. Every day them come out, the government is doing their best. You know how much foolishness Desmond McKenzie talk? You know too much foolishness in talk money. I wouldn't even take the time out to respond, ladies and gentlemen. I will leave that to the government officials to do. And when them do it, me just post the video. Local government is a failure under Desmond McKenzie, you know. You know so much garbage in that. You know see garbage collection. Everybody will live at Jamaica have garbage collection problem. You know what I talk about? oh, I want to dismiss about his speech. Mr. This dude, you're telling us you're a failure, and then you're telling the PMP not to highlight the failure, but come and unite with you to help your failure, to help you do your job that you got elected for, that you constantly remind us that you are the best government, but you want the opposition to come and partner now with you when you guys didn't want to partner with them, right? To help the people in Westmoreland, Hanover, St. Elizabeth, St. James, and other areas. You didn't want to have no dealings with them on that front. None whatsoever. But no, they must deal with you and help you to fix the garbage situation in Jamaica. Right? Warm to you. Where's the brain box of the government? Where's the innovativeness? How about you guys stop thieving the blurt now tax dollars then? I mean, I talk about the whole government. How about you stop giving them a friends contract and misappropriated funds? How about you have proper recording of where the money goes and stop have all these trillions of dollars unaccounted for? Could it be possible that the money them thief up and that is why the monies are not being used? When they're supposed to be used for the management of the country, they are being stolen. They are being given to market means for no goddamn reason. Because of Ben Spunani. All of these scandals with the government. All of these scandalous situations and people still have their job. So the Andrew Honest rewards incompetence. Andrew Honest rewards dysfunction. And then you guys want to come partner with we, the people. What's the matter, blows? With the People's National Party? You're crazy, man. You got to be smoking. I want to advise all the individuals that come over here and don't support this platform. Don't somebody call me. Let me use this. Where you say, brother? Good evening. Oh, you listening to me live right now?
Yeah, man.
Hold on there. Let me call you back on the computer. Hold on. Call him, man. Look like him have something to say. Look like General have something to say. You understand? Call him on the computer. Yes. Got him out of order. Yes, my brother. Go ahead.
Again, thanks for calling back. Listen, I can't say much because I did a dental surgery. So I'm just like that lady that I listened sometime to on the air, Michelle. She said she had dental surgery. But the thing is, I'm embarrassed as a Jamaican. I am embarrassed looking on the Parliament, the House of Parliament, the proceeding. Why is it that we cannot get beyond the semantics, the interruption, right? Why is it that the speaker, after we talking about standing order and stuff, we cannot get beyond that, right? You can see in terms of attendance, the government do not have any respect for the opposition, right? Many times the government section is almost empty. You understand me? Listen, these ministers, these MPs are elected by the people to represent them. And I believe if, say for some situation, they can't make it to the parliament, they should have a second, someone there to represent the constituency. You understand? And also to show, the courtesy to the opposition. I cannot, for the life of me, understand when someone from the opposition get up to speak, like, what's her name? Jessica, what's her name?
Zulika Jess.
That's last in the blue outfit. What's her name again?
Zulika Jess.
I cannot hear you.
Zulika Jess.
Zulika, just there's something going on the phone. I can hardly hear you.
You can hear me now?
Oh, okay. Now, thank you. The thing is, she found it difficult to get out her speech because of interruptions. And the Speaker of the House sat there and did not protect her, did not say anything to the government. But if the opposition does anything, she comes against the opposition. You understand? I cannot understand what is going on. The opposition.
Carla, let me say this to you. Can you hear me? Let me say this to you. You're absolutely right. When it comes on to the opposition, when she attacks them like a pit bull in anything they do wrong where the standing order is concerned. And when it comes on to you know, yeah, you're supposed to hear me better now. When it comes on to when they do things, you know, like say for instance, Delroy Chuck, when he stood up, you know, she told him, listen, tell us what the section of the standing orders you're using for your point of order, and then tell us what you're saying. And him just move towards where man move towards. You understand? And she never dealt with him in a way to embarrass him. But when it comes to the People's National Party, brother, embarrassment straight, brother, she have she vindictive towards them.
Discipline like the Malika picnic. Because Zulika just she got interrupted and then she stood up again. She didn't speak, but then the speaker is jumping on her not to turn on her mic or else she's not going to get extra time or stuff like that. Did she tell Warmington that when Warmington tell her, don't turn off my mic, you know? Don't turn off my mic. Don't do it again. You understand what I'm saying? So
excellent point, my brother. Excellent point.
I cannot understand the facial expression again, like say somebody I carry you know, I carry
she carry belly for Nikisha Birchell, because Nikisha Birchell says she's not apologizing. She carry belly.
I'm gonna notice she call upon Nikisha Birchell name and talk about
yes, exactly. That's right. You notice that.
And you cannot have a speaker of the house like that. That is bias. You cannot. And this is why I truly believe at that moment when Zulika just was being interrupted, I believe that the entire opposition should get up and carry out that mace and carry it go straight down on the wharf where the warship there, because not that you're going to them to beg them to intervene, but you have the international media them down there, I'm sure, go down there and protest. You understand me?
I think that's a bit extreme. I think that's a bit extreme for that moment because they wanted to make sure that her contribution was put on the Hansard. So, all right, even with the interruption.
even if they could get to a conference and finish up her speech, you understand? Take that mace, carry it down the wharf, throw it into the water, and protest in front of the international media. We have reached a point where we have to take matters in our hands, right? This is desperate times. The warship down there is not for any leisure visit. The warship down there is about the war with Cuba that they can fire at a close distance. Yeah, Jamaica can you imagine the government, the prime minister put the country in this position? Do we have much of a defense? We don't. We don't have no nuclear weapon, no missile or anything like that. That's why the war.
But Carla, remember the prime minister have plausible deniability, you know, because he was not there, and until something happens, hopefully nothing happens while they're in our waters or when they're leaving regarding Cuba. Him still have room for say, boy, hey, listen, I don't know about anything, you know, cause. And you know, hey, whatever. Cause if you notice, Daryl Vaz and what's she name, Dana Marks Dixon, you never see Horace Chang, you never see Andrew Oles, right? Although we know say he must know what going on, but they are playing these mind games, is what I'm saying. You feel me? I deal with, and we are hope say no attack don't happen to Cuba while them coming, are them here, or while them leave to go back home. I hope they don't have no sort of attack on Cuba. That's what I'm hoping for. Continue.
Bolo, are only the little stupid dunce followers that follow his party is gullible enough to believe that him not have nothing to do with it. Him not know nothing about it. You understand? By the fruit of their spirit you shall know them. You understand? Let me tell you something now. This is desperate time. It's desperate time now. We have to take drastic action. Get out on the street. Jolita just said they will take it to the street. Get out on the street. Mouth talk. Stop the mouth talk. Get out. Listen, I can't even put the words them together because my mouth talk at me and my upset. Get out on the street, man. Start listen. The people ready. The people ready. A revolution is at hand. The people ready. Yeah, that's my contribution right for now.
All right, my boss. It's a pleasure every time. Big up yourself. Yeah, man. Up top.
Yeah. All right.
General from England, you know. Boy, what can I tell you, ladies and gentlemen? It's one of those things. One of those things, man. You get a chance to listen to the voice of the people sometime over here, you know. And we like those types of contributions. We might not agree with everything and every methodology, but at least you can hear the frustration. And this person doesn't live in Jamaica, and they're looking on from the outside, have family down here, and they're saying, mighty God, what the hell is going on? Why is the people so asleep when they now wake up, when they're not doing anything, when they just take everything and all of the abuse? That is the sentiment of most of the people and well-thinking Jamaicans in the diaspora. They want to see the Jamaican people stand up against the government. Right? Because all systems are just being deteriorated. Who can blame them? I sure can. But when the people are ready, the people will move. The people to me are not ready. I don't see it. I don't see them being ready. I really don't. But I'm not gonna say the mouth talking is important as well. Listen, a lot of people, not a lot, some people have that perspective like they shouldn't be talking anymore. No. Listen, everything in life, right, when it comes to dialogue, that's like saying the USA should not talk to Cuba anymore and they should just do violence to Cuba. No, I will never say that. I will never say that. When it reaches violence, it means it has reached a point where it is spontaneous. It cannot be something that is planned, ladies and gentlemen. It cannot be. If it is planned, then, say some rogue business, and then it's going to be deemed internationally as an illegitimate situation that could have outside entities come in, right, to settle Jamaica. Outside entities could be the king. They still have authority over the land in some capacity. We haven't had any constitutional reform. You understand? Outside entities could be the United States if they choose. Jamaica don't have no defense. You can imagine Jamaica turn on colony of the United States. The culture would be gone. All of it would be gone. The fabric of Jamaica would be gone. And it would be unfortunate because, no disrespect to the United States, but your culture is your culture and ours is ours. What makes us unique is why people from the United States come down here and other places. Our culture. Alright? So that's why it would be very unfortunate if that culture was reduced to be Jamaica becoming a colony of the United States or any other entity. China, it doesn't matter. Jamaica needs to stand independently and bright as the sunshine lady she is. You understand? And in terms of what Zulika just was talking about, Jamaica needs to become the beacon of liberty. You understand? The violence against our women, the women need justice, children need justice. Too much children are missing in Jamaica. Where is the task force to monitor, operate in the communities by the JDF? Where's that task force inside the community? I'm talking about every community in Jamaica. uncompromised, unfiltered, focused, clear directive, right? Unlimited resources to carry out their jobs properly. Right? We hear about Jamaica Eye. Where's the real eye on the ground? Not to bombard people and provoke and harass them, but to really do recon work. Right? Proper investigation and coverage of communities. Starting with the most volatile ones. Not to go and unalive the criminal elements. No. Right? But capture, imprison, and reform. That should be the aim. You're telling me that they can't get the proper equipment. So as when they really go on these operations, they can shoot a man, not with a lethal bullet, but one that renders them temporarily paralyzed for capture. You're telling me that them can't do that? Something where now go, mess up them health or anything, I mean, just find some innovative ways to maintain people's lives and not eliminate them. Once a life is lost, it's lost. There's no turning back. The state should not be proud of these things. And I love how Zulika just burn out Dr. Kevin Blake and burn out my name Horace Chang and burn out the Justice Minister and the Prime Minister. We need justice. We need justice. Alright? Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, man. My side, as I say, may I move. The pin. If anybody wants to hit the super chat, now is the moment on Bolo VNR 2.0. If anybody wants to hit the cash app, now is the moment on Bolo VNR or Bolo TBV. Anybody wants to contribute and support the platform, now is the moment. So me can't tell you no thanks before me left. Yeah, man. Anybody want to bless up the thing? I'm going to do it now, so me can't tell you no thanks. I am looking on the phone right now to see if there is any anything coming in notification-wise where the cash app is concerned. Bless up yourself, Queen. Bless up yourself, Queen. Thank you for your time. And thank you guys for liking and sharing. I'm going to 2 minutes. Donovan say you need to get what? Who this? Oh, so this is one of the lab right them. Aww. This. Hey, let me tell you something. You see, I don't know if you've heard this. Maybe not because you're adults. You're not fully adults. Obviously, you're fully adults. In teaching, regurgitation is a primary tool. Over and over again, so dunce people like you can get it, but obviously you need to come to class early. I look like a day late. Because you still not get it. You still not get it. You're still in a done state. Because if I was regurgitating nonsense, then your statement would make sense. But you need to get a brain because you're fully dunce. It's quite unfortunate with all the tools. And you have a smartphone and you're fully dunce to me. Sad. Boy, I tell you. Please, ladies and gentlemen, don't come for me. I can do this all day. But anyway, see you guys later. I have a lot of work to do. Peace and blessings. I gotta drop these videos. I gotta drop one by 6:30, and then one by 7:30, and then one by 9:30, and then we live 11 o'clock. So, Bolo VNR clips, we live later 11 o'clock. Bolo VNR 2.0, we live. Bolo TBV, see you tomorrow. Bolo VNR, see you tomorrow. You guys can check out the uploads on Bolo TBV and Bolo VNR. Alright, we got some uploads. Trust me, check them out. The word is love. I'm out. Peace.